Chapter 1815. While he was down, they would take his life. Yang Kai and Guizhou were both astute, so how could they let go of such a great opportunity? Immediately, both of them used their heaven-defying means to attack Zilong, whose momentum had plummeted. Countless moon blades flew out and a large number of ghost heads flew out, directly swallowing up the place where Zilong stood. There was a violent collision of energy coming from inside. Yang Kai and Guizhou stared forward without blinking, their expressions gradually becoming dignified. After a while, the shocking movement gradually dissipated and Zilong's figure reappeared. At this moment, this Purple Star Sect's master looked quite dispirited, as if Yuan Qi had been seriously injured. His appearance was also quite distressed, but there was no danger to his life because at some unknown point, a purple-red battle armor had appeared on his body. This battle armor gave off an extremely strong artifact aura, making it obvious at a glance that it was not an ordinary artifact. A battle armor that could withstand the combined attack of Yang Kai and Guizhou was at least Origin Grade mid-rank. This level of defensive artifact was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the entire star field. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was priceless. For example, Kong Fa's reverberating Emperor's Bell was only an Origin Grade low-rank defensive artifact. Compared to Zilong's battle armor, the difference in value was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although his life was not in danger, many cracks had appeared on his purple-red battle armor, causing a look of distress to flash across Zilong's eyes. This purple-red battle armor was a treasure passed down from generation to generation in Purple Star. Every generation of Purple Star Sect masters would keep it close to their bodies. After experiencing the vicissitudes of the flowing time Great Emperor for tens of thousands of years, it had witnessed the evolution of history and the countless ups and downs of Purple Star. However, at that moment, it was damaged. Furthermore, the damage was extremely serious. This battle armor was an artifact left behind from ancient times, and with the means of today's artifact refiners and the materials available, it was impossible to repair it, so how could Zilong not feel distressed? However, after being attacked like this, Zilong's mind became much clearer. Just now, he was furious that his son had been killed, so his blood had rushed to his head and he had only wanted to kill Yang Kai for revenge, but he had misjudged the situation. As a result, he had also suffered a great loss. Now he understood that it was impossible for him to kill Yang Kai by himself. Without even mentioning that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and could easily escape if he couldn't win, Guizhou and Yang Kai working together was more than enough to suppress him. If things went wrong, Yang Kai would lose his life here. Therefore, Zilong already had thoughts of retreating. Revenge was a dish best served cold. In any case, he had already taken his son's soul into the soul-sustaining bowl. After returning to Purple Star, all he needed to do was gather the necessary materials. This would allow him to reconstruct his body, and at that time, he could mobilize the entire power of Purple Star to encircle and annihilate Yang Kai. Thinking of this, Zilong took a deep breath and said coldly, "Kid, I hope the next time we meet, you can still be so arrogant. You want to leave?" Guizhou's face changed. "In your dreams." As he spoke, the 10,000 soul banner let out a ghostly howl. It transformed into a black curtain that enveloped Zilong. "If this king wants to leave, none of you can stop him." Zilong's expression remained unchanged as he formed a series of hand seals. His entire figure transformed into a purple streak of light that instantly broke through the 10,000 soul banner's shroud and shot off into the depths of Purple Star territory. Yang Kai looked in the direction Zilong was escaping and raised his brow, a gloating smile appearing on his face. "Yang Kai, that guy is running away. Why aren't you chasing after him?" Guizhou saw Yang Kai remain motionless and immediately became anxious. "If we let him go, there will be no end to our troubles. If he had fled in another direction, I may have had to expend some effort to chase after him. But for him to run in this direction, and he's courting death." Yang Kai's expression was extremely strange. "What do you mean?" Guizhou was confused, having no idea what Yang Kai was talking about. But in the next moment his eyes bulged because he saw a scene that made him shudder. Somewhere in Purple Star's territory, A huge palm suddenly appeared without warning, as if it had appeared out of thin air. The location it appeared from was exactly where Yang Kai had emerged from the floating continent. What kind of palm was this? It was the size of a small house, and although it looked ordinary, there was an inexplicable aura flowing from it. This aura was something even a master like Guizhu could not comprehend. It was something that had surpassed the level of an Origin King realm cultivator's territory. He waved his palm and headed straight for the purple dragon. It seemed to be extremely slow, but the force behind it caused the void to become unstable. Zilong was shocked. He was currently injured and just wanted to get away from this place, so how could he have anticipated such a giant palm would suddenly appear to block his path? Feeling the terrifying power fluctuations coming from this giant palm, Zilong did not dare to show the slightest neglect and madly pushed his own strength as well as the power of his territory in an attempt to resist this attack. A scene that shocked him appeared. His domain had just been activated, but it was shattered into pieces. It was as ethereal as the moon in the water, and the giant palm did not slow down at all as it slammed towards him. It was as if it was swatting a fly. Zilong was so frightened that his soul almost flew out of his body. The slightly tattered purple-red battle armor on his body once again exuded a dazzling purple-red light as a thick layer of Saint Chi appeared around his body. Kong. The giant palm slammed into Zilong's body, and in the next moment, Zilong was swept away like a rag sack. His figure flew through the void, blood spraying everywhere as dazzling sparks flew from his body. See, Guizhu sucked in a cold breath. Although he had guessed the power of this giant palm to the best of his ability, in the end, he still found that he had underestimated it. That palm looked ordinary, but it was incredibly powerful. What the hell was this? If this palm was so big, then what about the real body? Before he could finish thinking about this though, Guizhu's wish was granted as the owner of that palm suddenly walked out from the void. Guizhu was stunned for a moment before staring blankly at the owner of that palm before turning to Yang Kai and asking, "Is this guy your brother? Or your son?" Yang Kai quickly discovered that the owner of this palm was a stone giant about 300 meters tall, but the face of this stone giant was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's, especially its facial features, which all shared the same charm. "Supreme Elder, please don't be so humorous," Yang Kai frowned. "What the hell is this?" Guizhu was about to go crazy. He didn't know what this stone giant in front of him was, but he was certain that Yang Kai definitely didn't have one a few months ago, otherwise, he wouldn't have run away at that time. With such a huge, indomitable stone giant, who could possibly face it head-on? "Embodiment," Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. "Embodiment?" Guizhu frowned as a look of shock appeared on his face. "The legendary external incarnation? The one you used in the Medicine Valley? You actually know such a shocking secret technique?" No wonder this stone giant looked similar to Yang Kai. It turned out that it was Yang Kai's embodiment. However, was an embodiment supposed to look like this? Guizhu had also heard of this secret technique before. Generally speaking, a cultivator's embodiment was identical to their main body, inheriting part of their strength, personality, and thoughts, and acting according to their will. But this Yang Kai embodiment in front of him, wasn't it a bit too strange? Yang Kai. Guizhu's eyes suddenly flashed a fiery light as he stared at Yang Kai expectantly. "Wait until I kill this guy." Yang Kai seemed to know what he wanted to ask. "Good." Guizhu nodded vigorously. Yang Kai grinned as he stared coldly at Zilong, who was coughing up blood not far away, his murderous intent surging like a tide. After taking a blow from the embodiment, Zilong's purple-red battle armor had completely shattered. Although this battle armor was an Origin-grade mid-rank defensive artifact, it had already been damaged after taking the joint attack of Yang Kai and Guizhu, so how could it survive another blow from the embodiment? The embodiment was formed after swallowing and refining the entire floating continent, so in other words, the current embodiment was the floating continent itself. That blow was a blow from the entire floating continent, one that contained the world principles of the floating continent. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, how could they compete with a floating continent that was 200,000 or 300,000 kilometers in radius? Even Xiao Xiao, who was also a member of the stone mongoose race, could not compete with this kind of strength and world principles. Zilong not dying on the spot was already a reflection of his profound strength. But now, he was definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. Yang Kai did not lower his guard. Zilong was a veteran second-order origin king, and no one could guarantee that he did not have some kind of trump card up his sleeve, so with a wave of his hand, Yang Kai summoned the stone puppet and Firebird. "Kill him." Yang Kai pointed forward. The stone mongoose and Firebird received the order and immediately rushed forward. Along the way, Xiao Xiao had already transformed into his stone giant form, but compared to the embodiment, his 10-meter-tall stone giant was like a father and son. Lu Yen, on the other hand, had transformed into his Firebird form. Purple and red light lingered around his body as he used the power of thunder and fire to seal off a large area of space. The embodiment moved its huge body and walked toward Zilong step by step. However, this guy was too big, making it difficult for him to move, which was why Yang Kai did not release him at the beginning. The embodiment was strong, but not agile. That was why Yang Kai had it hide in the void and wait for an opportunity to attack. He did not expect that Zilong would pass by the embodiment while escaping. Zilong's bad luck made Yang Kai worry about him. At that time, if Zilong had escaped in a different direction, Yang Kai would have had to desperately chase after him. Although he could have done so, it would not have been as easy as now. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen rushed above Zilong's head. Xiao Xiao grasped the heaven-shaking pillar in his hand and smashed it down with a roar. At the same time, Lu Yen opened his mouth and spat out a lightning-like flame toward Zilong. A look of despair appeared in Zilong's eyes. Just as Yang Kai had observed, after being attacked one after another, Zilong was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Any random origin king would be enough to take his life. What's more, this was the joint attack of Xiao Xiao and Firebird, as well as Yang Kai, Guizhu, and the embodiment. Chapter 1816. At this moment, Zilong knew that he could not escape no matter what. A look of unwillingness flashed across his eyes as he glared in the direction of Yang Kai with resentment. Immediately forming a series of seals with his hands, his face flushed red and his whole body began to swell up like a balloon, blue veins bulging on his face, giving him a terrifying appearance. At the same time, an extremely violent energy fluctuation burst from Zilong's body. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Guizhu's complexion changed drastically as the soles of his feet began to cramp. Although he was 10 kilometers away from Zilong at this moment, the self-destruction of a second-order origin king was not something that could be reduced by such a small distance. Once Zilong really self-destructed, the surrounding several hundred kilometers would likely be swallowed up. Guizhu did not dare guarantee that he could remain unscathed in such a situation. He immediately knew that Zilong had really been forced into a dead end. Otherwise, how could a second-order origin king choose such a desperate approach? Wishful thinking. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely solemn as he stretched out his hand and summoned out a light blue bead. Immediately after, he poured his Saint Qi and spiritual energy into it. In just a breath of time, Yang Kai's entire body seemed to wither while the light blue bead only glowed faintly. "Go!" Yang Kai flicked his finger towards the bead and an arc of lightning as thin as an ox's hair shot out from the bead towards Zilong. Cold sweat dripped down Guizhu's forehead as his eyes bulged as he stared blankly at the seemingly inconspicuous arc of lightning, his heart shaking violently. Because he felt a destructive aura from it, one that he could not even muster up the will to resist. This kind of power seemed to have surpassed the Origin King realm and seemed to dominate this world. Have you run out of tricks? Even if this king dies, don't think you'll have an easy time. Zilong smiled bitterly as he stared sarcastically at the thin arc of lightning from Yang Kai, thinking that Yang Kai was powerless. However, he only saw Yang Kai staring back at him with the same sarcastic and mocking gaze. Zilong frowned. At this moment, the thin and weak electric arc suddenly rushed in front of him and flashed before his eyes. In the next moment, Zilong felt his entire body go numb. It was as if he had been struck by divine lightning from the ninth heaven. His entire mind was frozen. Out of the corner of his eye, Yang Kai saw countless arcs of lightning slithering across his body like snakes, and under the destructive power of these arcs of lightning, his second-order origin king physique, which he was so proud of, began to crumble, his strength rapidly melting away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. His bloated body shriveled at an extremely fast speed. "This is impossible!" Zilong roared unwillingly. In the next moment, the tiny heaven-shaking pillar had already smashed down. Firebird Lu Yan's thunder fire also engulfed him. After 3 breaths, the dust settled, and the place where Zilong had been standing was now empty. Not even his bones remained. Only his own space ring was left behind as it shot off into the distance. Lu Yan turned around, transformed into his human form, and chased after the space ring. Pooh. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood as his face turned extremely pale. Sitting cross-legged in the void, he reached out, took out a spirit pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. Circulating his secret art, he began to heal himself. Guizhou stood to the side in a daze. He had watched the battle just now from beginning to end, and although he and Yang Kai had joined forces to injure Zilong at the beginning, he had not contributed at the last moment. In other words, he had been able to kill Zilong. Yang Kai definitely deserved 80% of the credit. Perhaps, even without his help, Yang Kai could have done this. When this thought appeared in his mind, Guizhou was taken aback. A person who had just broken through to the Origin King realm could actually kill a character like Zilong? This little brat, is he even human? Guizhou stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. What shocked Guizhou even more was the light blue bead Yang Kai had summoned at the last moment. That was definitely an incredible artifact. However, Guizhou was unable to identify the grade of this bead. While he was in a daze, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan returned together and surrounded Guizhou, glaring at him with unkind eyes. "What are you doing?" Guizhou's mouth twitched. "This old master is High Heaven Sect's Supreme Elder and is on the same side as your master. Don't look at this old master like that, it's as if this old master wants to harm him." He knew that the reason Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan were wary of him was entirely because Yang Kai was currently healing here, so he didn't intend to make a fuss about it. However, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan remained unmoved and still stood in place, seemingly prepared to kill Guizhou if he made the slightest move. "Don't be rude." A buzzing sound suddenly reverberated in the air, almost deafening. "The two of you, step back for now." Lu Yan heard this voice and retreated without hesitation while Xiao Xiao scratched his head, seemingly still at a loss. Seeing him like this, Lu Yan reached out and pulled him over to his side before tapping his head lightly. Xiao Xiao lowered his head aggrievedly. Guizhou's jaw dropped as he looked up at the mountain-like embodiment that was walking towards him step by step, each step causing the void to tremble. Guizhou couldn't help asking in surprise, "Just now, were you the one who spoke?" After saying so, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Guizhou asked in shock, "You can speak. Why can't I speak?" The embodiment chuckled, his voice as loud as thunder as a smile appeared on his face that was very similar to Yang Kai's. "Supreme Elder, do you think this body is dead?" "You call me Supreme Elder?" Guizhou frowned. "So, you are Yang Kai." "You can say so, I can represent the main body." The embodiment gently nodded before frowning again. "This body is too big, it's inconvenient to move around." "It's a bit big." Guizhou wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although he understood that this embodiment was Yang Kai, seeing such a big guy walking towards him step by step with such a colorful expression on his face still put a lot of pressure on Guizhou. "My main body just consumed too much energy and should be able to wake up in a while." Supreme Elder doesn't need to worry. The embodiment seemed to realize that his voice was a bit loud and deliberately lowered it. "What's there to worry about?" Guizhou shouted in his heart. He could naturally see the situation of Yang Kai's main body at a glance, but in today's battle he had seen too many shocking things, so for a while, he had some difficulty digesting and thinking. "Boy, didn't your main body just break through to the Origin King realm? How did you suddenly reach the peak of the First Order? I think if your main body had another opportunity, it could even try to break through to the Second Order," Guizhou said indignantly. Guizhou asked indignantly. He had stayed on the floating continent for 2,000 years before breaking through to the Origin King realm by chance. After that, he had not made any progress for 500 years until he left the floating continent and regained his physical and mental freedom. Yang Kai had actually reached the peak of the First Order in just a few months. Guizhou couldn't help but sigh in his heart about the unfairness of the heavens. My main body's situation has something to do with me. The embodiment finally moved in front of Guizhou, sat down cross-legged, and looked down at him, stretching out a thick finger and pointing to itself. It's because of my birth. That's why my main body was able to break through after breaking through. Guizhou's brow furrowed deeply as he muttered, "How profound. Let's put it this way, my main body and I are bound together, and my strength can be fed back to my main body. This old master understands." Guizhou rubbed his sore neck. "However, your embodiment is a bit strange. How do you cultivate it?" This was what interested Guizhou. External incarnations were things that only existed in legends, and he also wanted to cultivate one. If he could cultivate one in the future, his strength would definitely soar. "If Supreme Elder wants to cultivate it, I can teach you." "How could I accept that?" Guizhou was overjoyed. Rubbing his hands, Guizhou said so, but there was no trace of embarrassment on his face. The embodiment chuckled and said, "Do you remember when you let my main body enter the space array on the floating continent to investigate?" Guizhou suddenly looked embarrassed. "It's all in the past, why bring that up?" At that time, his attitude towards Yang Kai was not very friendly. "At that time, my main body did not enter the space array. Instead, I used a wisp of my soul to enter." The embodiment looked at Guizhou with a smile. Guizhou said thoughtfully, "You mean, yes, that wisp of soul is the current me." The embodiment nodded lightly. "If you want to cultivate an embodiment, you must first cultivate a soul clone. When your soul clone is strong enough, you can find a suitable body and enter it to become the embodiment." "So simple?" Guizhou was surprised. "It's that simple," the embodiment smiled slightly. "However, although it is simple, it may not be effective." "What do you mean?" Guizhou asked humbly. "Not to mention that it is extremely difficult to find a suitable body. Even if one does find one, it may not be possible to successfully integrate the soul clone with the body. After all, this is somewhat similar to seizing another's body. Even if it succeeds, the embodiment will not be too strong, and for an existence like Supreme Elder, it probably won't be of much use." "But yours?" Guizhou was confused. Although he could not figure out the details of Yang Kai's embodiment, judging from the palm strike it had used to attack Z long before, this embodiment's combat power was definitely not weaker than a second-order Origin King, possibly even higher. "Mine is an exception. There are simply too many coincidences." The embodiment did not explain much. The embodiment was originally just the second golden stone mongoose and had not swallowed many ores, so it did not have much combat power. Yang Kai had also kept it hidden, but this time, after swallowing and refining the entire floating continent, its strength had improved by leaps and bounds. This kind of thing could not happen a second time. "So, does Supreme Elder still want to study it?" the embodiment asked. Guizhou hesitated. Cultivating an embodiment was bound to consume a lot of time and energy. After all, this secret technique was quite powerful, and the more powerful a secret technique was, the more difficult it was to cultivate. For this, was it really worth delaying his pursuit of the martial Tao? "Forget it, I won't study it for the time being. If this old master wants to learn it in the future, he will come to you," Guizhou said after thinking for a while. He decided to wait until he broke through to the third-order Origin King realm before studying his embodiment. "All right," the embodiment nodded. My main body is about to wake up, you can chat." Chapter 1817. Yang Kai woke up and put away Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen before glancing at the embodiment and accepting the information it was transmitting back to him, immediately understanding what the embodiment and Guizhou had been talking about just now. Nodding gently, Yang Kai formed a series of seals with his hands and sent out his huge divine sense to wrap up the embodiment. The next moment, the embodiment disappeared. Guizu's jaw dropped again as he pointed at Yang Kai with trembling fingers. You? How big is your space ring? It can even store your embodiment. He felt this was too incredible. The embodiment was a 300-meter-tall stone giant, yet it had disappeared into thin air. If it wasn't taken into Yang Kai's space ring, then what was it? Yang Kai smiled lightly. I didn't take it into my space ring, I sent it to another place. The place the embodiment went to was naturally the sealed world bead, and a space ring could not accommodate such an existence. Guizu patted his head and said with a bitter expression, this old master is a master, and there are not many things in this world that can move this old master, but with you, little brat. TSK, this old master's heart can't help but be stimulated from time to time. Everything he had seen and heard during this period of time had exceeded his understanding. Yang Kai laughed. You'll get used to being stimulated. This battle had indeed been very exciting, especially when Zilong had tried to self-destruct at the last moment. If not for the Emperor artifact in Yang Kai's hand, the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he would have likely fled with Guizu. Who could stop the self-detonation of a second-order Origin King? Only a single blow from the Annihilation Thunder Bead could completely destroy it. However, that blow had also directly drained Yang Kai of his strength. Although the effect was not bad, it was still too painful to use. Recalling the feeling of having no strength left in his body, the feeling of weakness, Kai Yang felt some lingering fear. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's see what we gain this time. Yang Kai changed the subject and stretched out his hand. 4 space rings appeared on his palm. These 4 space rings were all extremely high-end rings, and naturally belonged to the 4 people Yang Kai and Guizu had killed. Guizu's eyes also lit up when he saw this. He rubbed his hands in anticipation. He liked this kind of killing and robbing the most. Although he didn't do it many times, he gained a lot every time. What's more, of the 4 rings, 3 belonged to Origin Kings, and although the last belonged to an Origin returning Realm Master, Zidong was the young master of Purple Star, so how could his ring not be rich? Yang Kai casually picked up a ring and scanned it with his divine sense. His face suddenly sank and he cursed, which bastard's ring is this? Why is there not a single good thing in it? So poor? What? Guizu was stunned for a moment before taking the ring from Yang Kai's hand and sweeping it with his divine sense. He also scolded, damn it, you're so poor and you still have the nerve to come out and mingle? Yang Kai didn't know who this ring belonged to, but there were only a few tens of thousands of Saint crystals inside it, as well as some miscellaneous things that didn't seem to have much value at first glance. It's Su Wei's aura. It looks like it belongs to that old dog. Guizu curled his lips disdainfully. He really deserves to die. How could they know? All the good things in Su Wei's ring had been divided up by Zilong and Zidong, so it would be strange if there was anything that could catch their eye. Oh, this one's pretty good. Yang Kai checked another ring and was overjoyed. Obviously, it was rich in resources, so he tossed it to Guizu and said, Supreme Elder, take a look. If there's anything you need, take it yourself and give the rest to me. Sect Master is too generous, then this old master will accept. Guizu had always been alone. It was difficult to find any good cultivation materials, but now that there were so many good things in front of him, he couldn't help grabbing the ring and rummaging through its contents, grinning as he muttered, TSK, it turns out to be eternally gold star sand. This is good stuff. If used in artifact refining, it can definitely be used to refine Origin King grade artifacts. It is said that this thing can only be found in Galaxy Ridge. It seems this is Kong Fa's ring. Is so many herbs, that old dog's harvest in the severed world was not small. Don't touch these herbs. When we return to High Heaven Sect, I'll have someone refine them into pills for you, Yang Kai said casually. This old master knows, Guizu grinned. A moment later, Yang Kai tossed over another ring, and Guizu once again plundered it before returning the rest to Yang Kai. There's only one left, and it looks like it's Zilong's ring. I'm really looking forward to it. The Purple Star Sect's master should have many good things on him, right? Guizu wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing a green light. Yang Kai took a look and said with a strange expression, there are indeed many good things, but there's also this. Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out a round bowl-like artifact. This round bowl looked simple and unadorned, but it gave off an aura that made one's soul feel comfortable. Isn't this the thing Zilong summoned just now? Guizu's eyes widened as he looked at it. Good, it's actually refined from soul-nourishing wood. No wonder it can collect the souls of the dead. Purple Star really can't be underestimated. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully and said lightly, after all, it's one of the top forces in star territory. If it didn't have some skill, it would have been destroyed long ago. Saying so, his eyes flashed and he poured a stream of pure spiritual energy into the soul-sustaining bowl as he shouted, "Come out!" The next moment, a miserable howl sounded from the soul-sustaining bowl and an illusory figure appeared inside it. It was Zidong. Enduring the pain in his soul, he looked around blankly, but when he saw Yang Kai and Guizu grinning at him, his expression changed drastically. Why is it you? If it's not us, who else could it be? Guizu snorted, causing Zidong's soul avatar to tremble, as if it was about to collapse. Where's my father? Where's my father? Zidong shouted in a panic. He had been hiding inside the soul-sustaining bowl and thought that the next time he came out, his father would be rebuilding his body, but how could he have imagined he would see these two disgusting faces as soon as he came out? Zidong was so shocked that only one of his 3 souls was left, his heart turning cold. Since we're safe and sound, what do you think happened to Zilong? Yang Kai sneered. Zidong's complexion changed as he cried out in horror, "Impossible! That's impossible! My father is the sect master of Purple Star, a second-order origin king. There are only a few people in this world who can kill him, so it's absolutely impossible for the two of you to accomplish such a thing." As he spoke, his confidence seemed to be built up as he pointed at Yang Kai and shouted angrily, "Don't even think about lying to me." Yang Kai sneered, "Why would I lie to you? There's no benefit to it. Forget it, I don't want to waste time with you. Supreme Elder, your ghost banner should need nourishment from souls, right? I'll leave this boy to you." "Jie, no problem." Guizu grinned strangely as he took out his 10,000 soul banner. He's a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. After refining him, this old master's 10,000 soul banner will be of great help. As he spoke, countless distorted faces appeared on the 10,000 soul banner, all of them roaring ferociously, as if they had smelled a delicious meal, all of them baring their fangs and claws at Zidong. Zidong was so frightened that his soul almost left his body as he hid behind the soul-sustaining bowl and shouted, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, I am Purple Star's young master. If you have something to say, we can discuss it. Whatever benefits you want, I can give you." "Boy, you're really stupid. What benefits can you give this old master now? Obediently enter this old master's 10,000 soul banner." Guizu coldly snorted, unmoved. "Star Emperor token." At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly shouted as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Taking out a token from Zilong's space ring, he examined it carefully before laughing. "It really is a Star Emperor token." Guizu looked at him in amazement. "Why are you so excited? Didn't this old master remember giving you a Star Emperor token back then? This one seems to have been unsealed long ago and is of no use to you." The joy on Yang Kai's face did not diminish as he glanced over at Guizu and said, "Supreme Elder may not know, but it is said that this Star Emperor token hides a great secret. If all 9 can be collected, this secret can be unraveled." "A great secret?" Guizu looked uninterested. "Can it allow this old master to reach the peak of the martial Tao?" Perhaps. A weak voice came. Yang Kai and Guizu stared at Zidong together. It was he who had just spoken. "What do you know?" Yang Kai looked at him seriously. This guy was Purple Star's young master, so perhaps he really did know some secrets about the Star Emperor token. Zidong calmed his mind and looked towards Guizu pleadingly. "Senior, can you put this artifact away first? I'm scared." "Useless thing," Guizu coldly snorted before reaching out and putting away the 10,000 soul banner. Zidong fell back into the soul-sustaining bowl, wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, gasped for breath, and asked cautiously, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" "Supreme Elder, swallow him." Yang Kai shouted. Of course. Guizhou summoned the 10,000 soul banner again. No, 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 no. I'll speak, please don't do anything. Zidong was on the verge of tears. Bastard. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Hurry up and speak. Guizhou also threatened from the side, urging the 10,000 soul banner's aura from time to time to put pressure on Zidong. Zidong was on the verge of tears as he sobbed, Wu, in fact, I don't know much, but I once heard my father and the other elders talking about the Star Emperor token. Woo woo woo. They said that if you collect all 9 pieces, you can see the secrets of the great emperors. The secrets of the great emperors. Yang Kai and Guizhou both trembled. Is that true? Yang Kai stared at Zidong intently. That's what I heard, and it is said that the great emperors themselves said this back then. You probably don't know this, but my Purple Star's ancestors had some interactions with the great emperors tens of thousands of years ago. Woo, that's all I know. Please don't hurt me, I don't want to die. Chapter 1818. With Guizhou's 10,000 soul banner waiting for him, Zidong didn't dare to conceal anything and immediately revealed everything he knew. Collecting all 9 Star Emperor tokens would allow one to peer into the secrets of the great emperors. Although this sounded mysterious, it held great appeal to every cultivator who pursued the martial Tao. Yang Kai frowned and pondered. Yang Inflammation had indeed told him that collecting all 9 Star Emperor tokens would trigger some kind of secret, but as for what that secret was, Yang Inflammation had not explained. This secret had made Yang Kai's heart itch. Yang Inflammation must have her reasons for not saying anything, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't try to get to the bottom of this matter. However, now that he had 6 Star Emperor tokens in his hand, he wasn't far from collecting all 9. This might be the biggest secret in Star territory, so Yang Kai couldn't help being tempted. Even Guizhou fell silent after hearing this, his expression dignified. That's all I know. Can the two of you let me go first? Zidong asked nervously as he observed their expressions. Let you go? Yang Kai coldly snorted. You're now a soul, your physical body has long since been destroyed. The only reason you haven't dissipated is because of this bowl artifact. If I let you go, where will you go? Zidong was dumbfounded when he heard this. He had just been thinking about escaping from these 2 hateful people, but he hadn't considered that in his current state, it was impossible for him to act alone. The soul-sustaining bowl was refined from soul-nourishing wood and had the effect of nourishing one's soul, so it couldn't withstand too much damage. If he really had to use the soul-sustaining bowl to travel through Star territory, in less than half a day he would be swallowed up by the Star territory's violent storms. Considering all this, Zidong's entire soul body withered and his eyes dimmed as he muttered, It's over, it's really over. Yang Kai signaled to Guizhou, who chuckled and said, Since that's the case, this old master will find you a good place to go. Saying so, he began urging his 10,000 soul banner. A suction force suddenly came from the banner. It wanted to absorb Zidonglai's soul. Don't. Zidong was shocked and quickly shouted, Don't swallow me. Although staying in the soul-sustaining bowl wasn't a good thing, it was definitely better than being devoured by the myriad soul banner. The souls on the banner had lost their minds and only knew how to kill. How could Zidong be willing to become such a thing? Don't swallow me. Please don't devour me. Zidong struggled with all his might. However, he still could not resist the suction force from the myriad soul banner. Little brat, don't resist, what's there to resist? Guizhou snorted. No, I don't want to go in there. Zidong shouted. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he turned to Yang Kai and said, Friend, if you are willing to let me go, I can give you Purple Star's Star Emperor token. Wait. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand and motioned to Guizhou. Guizhou stretched out his hand and the 10,000 soul banner immediately quieted down. Yang Kai stared at Zidong and quickly asked, What did you just say? Zidong glanced over at Guizhou with lingering fear before saying, I said I can give you Purple Star's Star Emperor token. My Purple Star also has a Star Emperor token. Isn't this one? Yang Kai raised the Star Emperor token in his hand. Does your Purple Star have 2? No, Zidong hurriedly shook his head. Zidong quickly shook his head. This Star Emperor token does not belong to my purple star. It originally belonged to Su Wei, but I found it in the severed world and gave it to my father. Su Wei also had this thing? Yang Kai was shocked. I heard him say he obtained it during his early years. Zidong explained weakly. So, your purple star really has a Star Emperor token? Yang Kai's face filled with joy. I can guarantee with my life that my words are true. Zidong quickly swore, fearing that Yang Kai would become impatient and kill him. You're already dead, what life do you have? Guizhu looked at him mockingly. Zidong wailed, I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. And I believe you. Yang Kai nodded. Sect Master, you don't really want to collect all 9 Star Emperor tokens, do you? No one has been able to do this for tens of thousands of years. How many do you have now? Guizhu looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. If I said I had 6, would you believe me? Yang Kai looked at Guizhu seriously, and as he spoke, he stretched out his hand and placed the 6 Star Emperor tokens neatly in front of Guizhu. Guizhu sucked in a breath of cold air as his heart shook violently. 6 of them are in my hands. Purple Star has 1, and as far as I know, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce has 1. If we can obtain these 2, there will only be 1 left. Yang Kai licked his slightly hot lips. The last one is in Sword Union, Zidong whispered. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. Zidong shrank his neck. I'm not lying to you. Although only a few people in the upper echelons of the 3 great forces know about this, I heard it from my father. This information is absolutely reliable. Yang Kai and Guizhu looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Of the 9 Star Emperor tokens scattered across Star's territory, 6 were in their hands, and the whereabouts of the remaining 3 were now known. It really was possible to collect all of them. Boy, you're quite useful. Yang Kai glanced at Zidong, the look of approval in his eyes encouraging Zidong as he quickly said, Don't swallow me into that thing. I can take you to Purple Star and retrieve that Star Emperor token. Take you to Purple Star so you can call for revenge? Yang Kai sneered. How could that be? I can only stay in this soul-sustaining bowl right now. How can I call for help? Zidong cried out in grievance. I just want to live. Yang Kai nodded gently. Tell me, where is your Purple Star Emperor token? How can we retrieve it? Zidong calmed himself down and said, It doesn't matter if I tell you, because it's impossible for the 2 of you to obtain it. You need my guidance. My Purple Star Emperor token is stored in a secret room, and the key to that secret room is in my father's space ring. Only I know how to open it. Speaking of this, Zidong suddenly seemed to realize something and panicked. Don't force me, even if I tell you how to open it, you still need me to lead the way to that secret room. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, I promise I won't hurt you. Yang Kai smiled warmly. If this matter is successful, it's not impossible for me to let you go. Don't lie to me, Zidong said dejectedly. Zidong hung his head dejectedly. You killed my father, how could you possibly let me go? I only beg you not to let my soul scatter. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before chuckling. Little brat, you've become smarter. Since you've made things clear, I can give you a guarantee. I may not let you go, but as long as you cooperate obediently, I will never kill you. Do I have the right to refuse? Zidong smiled bitterly. I like to cooperate with smart people. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction before rummaging through Zilong's space ring and finding a golden key, taking it out and asking, Is this the key to open the secret room? When you really reach Purple Star's home star, call me out and I'll tell you how to get in. I'm tired, so I need to rest for a while. Saying so, Zidong's figure gradually faded, apparently hiding inside the soul-sustaining bowl. Yang Kai put away the key and the soul-sustaining bowl and began to think. Sect Master, this matter really has a lot of potential. Guizhu suddenly became interested. Guizhu suddenly became interested in this matter. The reason why he didn't care before was mainly because collecting all the Star Emperor tokens was too difficult, but now that he saw hope, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. With this little brat's help, obtaining Purple Star Emperor tokens won't be difficult. As for Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's token, With your relationship with that little girl, it won't be difficult for her to take it out. That little girl is the future successor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, but Sword Union's token. I've met Gu Jian Xen once, maybe we can start with him. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, Star Emperor tokens are precious, but everything has a price. As long as I can offer a price, Sword Union may be willing to sell them. Then shall we go to Purple Star now? Gui Zhu asked impatiently. He also wanted to know what would happen after collecting all 9 Star Emperor tokens. There's no rush. This matter can't be rushed. I need to return to my homeland first, then return to the sect. After everything is settled, it won't be too late to deal with this matter. Alright, I'll listen to you. In any case, this old master has been homeless, so I'll follow you from now on, Guizhu grinned. In Zilong's space ring, in addition to the Star Emperor token and the golden key, there were many precious treasures he had found in the severed world, as well as his own huge reserves. The space ring of Purple Star's sect master was simply a treasure trove. Especially the shattering void shuttle. Although it had some flaws in its refinement, it was a good choice for traveling. Yang Kai spent a few days refining it slightly before entering it with Guizhu. After determining the direction, he rushed towards Tong Xian Realm. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to return to Tong Xian Realm was very simple. He wanted to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array in his homeland and connect it to Shadowed Star. This way, it would be very easy for him to return to his homeland in the future. He only needed to go through a few ultra-long-distance cross-cultivation star territory transmissions to reach his homeland. Only he could do such a thing. The Chaotic Abyss was not far from Tong Xian Realm. In the past, Yang Kai had only needed to fly for 1.5 years to reach the Chaotic Abyss with his Saint Realm cultivation. Now that he was using the Shattering Void Shuttle, it only took him 2 months to arrive on Tong Xian Realm. This is your homeland? After Guizhu arrived on Tong Xian Realm, his brow furrowed. Isn't the world energy here too thin? How did you manage to cultivate in such a place? He could never have imagined that the homeland of such a monstrous genius like Yang Kai was actually such a small continent. He had originally thought that Kai Yang's homeland would be a place full of world energy, filled with birds and fragrant flowers. Chapter 18-19. Originally, the world energy in this place was even thinner. Yang Kai smiled faintly as he carefully sensed the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. What's wrong? Guizhu asked, seeing his strange expression. It shouldn't be. Yang Kai showed a hint of suspicion on his face. The world energy of this continent shouldn't be so thin now. After so long, it should have become much richer. The reason why Tong Xian Realm's world energy was thin in the past was because of the great demon god seal, which isolated this cultivation star from its territory, preventing it from receiving the infusion of world energy from outside. The second reason was because this cultivation star's star source was declining. However, after little senior sister refined the star source and became the star master of Tong Xian Realm, she should have caused some changes here. The stronger little senior sister became, the more Tong Xian Realm would receive. After such a long time, it was impossible for Tong Xian Realm's world energy to be so thin. This place isn't some spirit mountain or great river, it might be that the world energy here is lacking. Guizhu glanced at the surrounding terrain and said casually. Yang Kai gently nodded, agreeing with his point of view. Let's go back to my former sect. Yang Kai called out, identified the direction, and rushed towards Nine Heavens Holy Land with Guizhu. He decided to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array in Nine Heavens Holy Land. There was a natural spirit array where the 9 peaks converged. It was one of the few places in Tong Xian Realm with world energy. With his current means, he only needed to arrange a barrier nearby to conceal the existence of the space array. He believed that with the level of the cultivator in Tong Xian Realm, even if he gave them 10,000 years, they wouldn't be able to break it. 3 to 5 days passed in a flash. Yang Kai and Guizhu, who were flying, both frowned slightly, looking down from time to time. Elder, did you find anything wrong? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The world energy of your homeland is leaking very seriously, like a punctured balloon, leaking air everywhere. You felt it too. Yang Kai's face darkened. When he noticed that Tong Xian realm's world energy was thin before, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. However, the place where he landed at that time was not a place where the world energy was abundant, so Yang Kai did not care. However, after flying for 3 to 5 days, there was no place with abundant spirit chi at all. No matter if it was a towering mountain, even the flowing rivers seemed lifeless. This discovery caused his heart to sink. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation to occur. The first possibility was that something had happened to Tong Xian realm itself, and the second possibility was that Star Master Xia Ningchang had met with an accident. No matter which possibility it was extremely disadvantageous for the little senior sister. Yang Kai suddenly regretted coming here and couldn't wait to return to Shadowed Star. Let's go and see if our little senior sister is all right. However, on second thought, his little senior sister was extremely safe in High Heaven Sect, so there shouldn't be any problems. So, did something happen to this continent? But what could make the entire continent seem so lifeless? The world energy that was not rich in the first place was getting thinner and thinner. What the hell are those guys doing down there? Gui Zhu suddenly discovered something and pointed down. Kai Yang immediately came to a halt. Looking down from a high altitude, there was a huge valley below, and in that valley, there was a bright 6-pointed star-shaped spirit array in operation. Around this embodiment, there were countless cultivators. Each of them was making hand seals, struggling to maintain the operation of the spirit array. From time to time, a cultivator could not hold on and fell down, but someone else would immediately take his place. Around the spirit array, there were some cultivator in black clothes who looked on coldly and indifferently, occasionally shouting and even beating people up. Each of these black-clothed people had a surging aura, but they did not participate in maintaining the operation of the spirit array. Instead, they seemed to be supervising it. Origin returning realm? Yang Kai raised his brow and said in amazement, "How is that possible? How could there be origin returning realm masters here?" Since ancient times, the most powerful cultivator born in Tong Xian realm was the Great Demon God. But even the Great Demon God had only touched upon the mysteries of the Saint King realm. After him, the peak cultivator in Tong Xian realm was the Saint realm. The little senior sister refined the source of the stars and coincidentally broke through to the origin returning realm. But now, Yang Kai actually noticed the auras of 2 origin returning realm cultivator in this valley. Although they were only first-order cultivators, there was no doubt that they were origin returning realm masters. There were no origin returning realm masters in your homeland before? Gui Zhu asked. In the past, the strongest was only a 3rd-order saint. If that's the case, then they are outsiders. Gui Zhu pointed down and said, "And look at the spirit array down there, it seems to be swallowing the surrounding world energy. They seem to be using this spirit array to refine something." Outsiders? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a murderous light, courting death. At this moment he suddenly understood. The reason why Tong Xian realm had been safe and sound in the past and had not been invaded by the masters of star territory was entirely because of the barrier arranged by the Great Demon God. The Great Demon God was a genius and had arranged a barrier based on the foundation of Tong Xian realm, allowing the entire cultivation star to escape from star territory. However, his barrier was eventually broken by Yang Kai, allowing Tong Xian realm to reintegrate into star territory. Several dozen years later, some masters from star territory finally discovered the existence of Tong Xian realm and invaded it. Yang Kai had left Tong Xian realm in the past to find Su Yan and to pursue a higher martial Dao, lest his homeland was invaded and he was powerless to resist. The invasion of the bone race in the past was the best example. If it were not for the Great Demon God's all-seeing eyes, this continent would have been enslaved long ago. And now, this kind of thing was happening again. The spirit array arranged by the people below was extracting the world energy of Tong Xian realm, which was equivalent to killing Xia Ningchang's cultivation path. Yang Kai suddenly burned with anger and his body fell down like a meteor, wrapped in endless cold qi. At least 1,000 people had gathered in the valley below. More than 90% of the cultivators' faces were filled with resentment and unwillingness. But under the threat of death, They had no choice but to participate in maintaining the operation of the spirit array. They were suffering unspeakably, but they did not dare to resist because those who resisted were all killed by the men in black. The origins of these people were unknown, but each one of them had amazing strength, not something the cultivator of Tongxian realm could resist. There were less than 10 people in black, all of them standing with their hands behind their backs. Only a young man was sitting on an armchair. Next to him were 2 beautiful girls serving him attentively. It was unknown where these 2 girls came from, but when they served him, their faces were filled with fear and trepidation, as if they were afraid of being punished if they made a mistake. The young man was holding a simple teapot in his hand, his eyes half squinted, looking leisurely, but from time to time, rays of light would burst out from his eyes. Among the 1,000 enslaved people, they were constantly circulating. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he stretched out his finger, pointing in a direction, "Bring that woman here." As soon as he said this, the 2 girls standing beside him trembled, revealing a look of panic. Looking at each other, their beautiful eyes were filled with worry. The young man observed their expressions and glanced sideways at the 2 maids, coldly snorting, "It seems that you know something." The 2 girls were shocked and knelt on the ground. Their delicate bodies trembled, not daring to say a word. That woman deliberately wore loose clothes and smeared dust on her face. Is she trying to hide her figure and appearance? But does she think that she can escape from this young master's eyes? This young master has seen countless women, so he can tell whether they are the best at a glance. Looking at you, that woman must have an extraordinary status in your shrouded heaven mansion. Otherwise, what are you worried about? The young man spoke with assurance, causing cold sweat to drip down the 2 girls' foreheads. One of the girls mustered up her courage and said, "Young master, that woman is ugly and unbearable to look at. Young master, don't worry about her. Can't you let this servant serve you well?" While speaking, she squeezed out a charming smile. Because of fear, her smile was slightly stiff, but it made her look even more pitiful. A lewd smile appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth. He stretched out his hand and hooked the girl's chin. The girl didn't dare to move. Pa. The young man slapped her, sending her flying far away with a miserable cry. "Does this young master need you to tell me what to do?" The young man snorted coldly with a displeased look on his face. Then, he looked at the other girl kneeling in front of him with a smile and said indifferently, "You will be dead before you can do anything." The second girl's delicate body trembled, and the power she had secretly gathered suddenly collapsed. She didn't dare to make any rash moves. She understood that the difference in strength between them and this young man was too big. Otherwise, the entire shrouded heaven mansion wouldn't have been exterminated and enslaved without any resistance. A look of despair appeared in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, the woman who was maintaining the operation of the array was brought to the young man by a black-clothed man. The woman wore loose clothes and her face was a mess. It was impossible to tell whether she was beautiful or had a good figure. However, her eyes were extremely bright and lively, as if they could speak. They were eye-catching. "Let me go, you bastards!" The woman struggled endlessly. But how could she break free from the Saint King realm shackles of the black-clothed man with her transcendent realm cultivation? The young man looked at the woman with a smile, carefully staring at her face and moving his gaze over her body. His invasive gaze made the woman feel uncomfortable. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and glare at him. "Good, very good." The young man laughed. "Finally, I found someone who could catch this young master's eye. Do you want to know why this young master has his eyes on you?" The woman didn't say anything, but the anger in her beautiful eyes was almost tangible. The young man didn't care and said indifferently, "Because your companions were stupid and betrayed you. Their cultivation is obviously higher than yours, but they were very respectful to you. If I'm not wrong, your position in the shrouded heaven mansion shouldn't be low, right? Or perhaps the daughter of your mansion master." His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. It immediately made the group of experts from the shrouded heaven mansion feel ashamed and angry. They never thought that it was because of their attitude towards the young lady that caused her to be targeted by this bastard. If they had known this, how could they not be more careful? Chapter 1820. Now it was useless to regret. Many disciples loyal to shrouded heaven mansions stood up from the array and glared at the young man. Who allowed you to stand up? Get back to your work. The young man snorted coldly as a surging pressure spread out from his body. In the next moment, all the cultivator who stood up fell back down with a groan. None of these cultivator were at the saint realm. How could they resist the pressure of a young Saint King realm cultivator? The young man snorted coldly and refocused his attention on the woman in front of him. It's your honor that this young master has taken a fancy to you. Tonight, you will serve this young master. Don't give me that look. Do you believe that I won't tear your clothes off right now? The woman's tender body trembled as her eyes were filled with horror. If she was really humiliated by this young man in front of thousands of people from her sect, then she didn't need to live anymore. Thinking of this, the woman was filled with grief and indignation. She couldn't help but think of killing herself immediately. She would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. If you dare to commit suicide, I will kill all the thousands of people from Shrouded Heaven Mansion. The world energy in this damned place is thin, but the number of cultivator is not small. Do you think that without your Shrouded Heaven Mansion, this young master won't have anyone to maintain the array? The young man looked at the woman coldly. Bastard! The woman gritted her teeth and cursed. She really didn't dare to act rashly when the other party threatened her. Ha! The young man laughed hysterically. Keep cursing. This young master likes to see you women angry. The angrier you are, the happier this young master will be. You demon, someone will come to deal with you one day. You dregs? I'm afraid you will never have the ability. The woman said coldly, we don't have the ability, but someone can. At this moment, she seemed to have thought of someone. A trace of pride appeared on her timid and angry face. Is that so? The young man looked at the woman with interest. Tell me, who can deal with this young master in this damned place? This young master is looking forward to it. He had already explored Tong Xian realm a long time ago. The world energy here was thin, and the level of cultivator was generally low. Otherwise, they would not have been so presumptuous in this world. One must know that what they were doing now was extracting the spirit chi of the entire cultivation star. It was a perverse act. Once they were discovered, the entire territory of the star realm could possibly surround and intercept them. Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The woman gritted her teeth, and her beautiful eyes became much brighter at this moment. One day, he will come back and make you pay for everything. Nine Heavens' Holy Land? The young man frowned and asked a man in black beside him, is there such a sect here? The black-robed man pondered for a moment before replying, there seems to be, but the entire sect was emptied out many years ago. I don't know where they went, but the people here said that they went to the star territory. The young man nodded lightly. Heading to star territory, it seems that Nine Heavens' Holy Land's Holy Master has some means to leave this place. But, so what? Did he think that it was so easy to survive in the star territory? Maybe they have already disappeared in some unknown place in the star territory. The Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land is amazing. He unified the three races of human, monster, and demon. How can someone like you guess? The woman looked at the young man contemptuously. You seem to worship that Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land a lot? The young man tilted his head and looked at the woman, smiling lightly. Then I'd like to see if that Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land will come to save you when you are humiliated. Saying so, the young man suddenly waved his hand. A burst of energy shot towards the woman, instantly tearing apart her loose robe. The woman screamed in horror and retreated. The young man's eyes flashed with an evil light. Staring ahead, although there were other clothes under the robe, the woman's beautiful figure could not be hidden. Her proud twin peaks were like towering mountains, almost tearing her clothes apart. The young man licked his lips and said, not bad, you really are the best. It seems that this young master's eyes were not wrong. What do you want to do? The woman showed a look of panic and stared at the other party vigilantly. The young man sneered, since you worship that Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land so much, this young master will naturally give you a chance, and also give him a chance to be a hero to save the beauty. A black-clothed man next to him laughed, a frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky as if it is the size of a well. This little girl probably doesn't know how strong young master is and only thinks that the holy master of 9 heavens holy land is the strongest in the world. How could she know that such a person isn't even qualified to carry young master's shoes? That's right. Immediately, someone echoed. The young man smiled, a look of enjoyment on his face. At this moment, the young man frowned and looked up at the sky. In the next moment, he stood up from his chair and stared up. In the sky above, a meteor-like ray of light fell with the speed of an arrow leaving the bowstring. In an instant, it smashed into the hexagram array. Hong. The earth trembled violently and the 6-pointed star array was instantly annihilated. All the cultivator maintaining the array was pushed back by a strong force. For a moment, everyone was thrown off their feet and the scene was chaotic. Young master, be careful. Among the black-clothed men, the faces of the 2 origin returning realm masters changed. They came to the front of the young man and looked ahead vigilantly. They spread out their divine senses, seemingly trying to find out the strength of this person. But what shocked them was that their divine senses didn't get any feedback at all. It was as if there was no one there at all. This discovery made the hearts of the 2 origin returning realm masters sink. They had a bad feeling. Who is it? The young man roared angrily. They had spent a lot of effort to arrange this 6-pointed star array. Just as they were about to succeed in refining it, they didn't expect that it would be destroyed at the critical moment. The young man was instantly furious. Heh! From the center of the array, a strange laugh came, causing the young man to shiver. He said with a sullen face, "Sneaky friend, since you are here, why don't you tell me your name? Don't you already know? Why are you still asking? What do I know?" The young man frowned. "Just now, you said that you would give me a chance to be a hero to save the beauty. I have already grasped this opportunity. A hero to save the beauty?" The young man was taken aback. His jaw dropped as a strange expression appeared on his face. "Are you trying to say that you are the master of 9 heavens holy land?" "Huh." This time, even the captured woman was dumbfounded. Her pair of beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the center of the array. The dust gradually settled, revealing a figure standing there quietly. A mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he looked around. The woman's heart shook as a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. It's really him." The woman had never met Yang Kai before. However, when the masters of the 3 clans joined forces to resist the resurgence of the bone race, 9 heavens holy land became famous throughout the world. As the master of 9 heavens holy land, Yang Kai naturally became famous as well. Yang Kai was young and promising. According to rumors, he was handsome and dashing. Many unmarried girls regarded Yang Kai as the man of their dreams. They would always have a portrait of Yang Kai in their boudoirs. It could be said that Yang Kai's portrait was everywhere in Tongxian realm. The woman was the daughter of Shrouded Heaven Mansion's mansion master. In Shrouded Heaven Mansion, there were many female disciples who worshipped Yang Kai. Naturally, she had also seen Yang Kai's portrait. Now that the real person appeared in front of her and was almost identical to the portrait, she recognized him at once. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. This spirit array is a bit overbearing. Yang Kai's divine sense swept across the 6-pointed star array. He furrowed his brow and a cold look appeared on his face. "Elder, what do you think?" He seemed to be talking to the void, but in the next moment, a figure shrouded in black chi appeared beside him. This figure appeared without any warning and gave the young man a fright. He immediately looked at Guizhou in surprise. The 2 origin returning realm masters who had been guarding the young man trembled as their faces turned pale. It's not just overbearing, it's even more sinister than the secret art this old master cultivates. These people want to extract the world energy of your homeland to refine this thing. Guizhou stretched out his hand and took a hexagonal crystal from the center of the array. The world energy contained in it is very abundant. If you cultivate with it, it will definitely benefit you a lot. It can be directly absorbed without any need for conversion. It's a good thing, Guizhu said as he threw the hexagonal crystal to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and frowned as he sensed it. He nodded and said, "It can indeed be directly absorbed." He silently sensed the energy stored in this crystal. He felt that as long as there were 10 of these crystals, it would be enough for a Saint King realm cultivator to advance by a minor realm. This result made Yang Kai feel a little incredulous. Which cultivator didn't have to overcome obstacles to cultivate? Every step was difficult, but this hexagonal crystal undoubtedly showed the cultivator a shortcut. As long as there were enough of these crystals, a cultivator's strength could rapidly increase. Of course, the premise was that their comprehension of the martial Tao could keep up. Presumptuous, how dare you destroy my spirit-devouring array and steal my spirit-devouring crystal? The young man in the distance flew into a rage and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, an origin-returning realm cultivator quickly covered his mouth. The young man was even more annoyed and was about to reprimand him when the origin-returning realm cultivator whispered with cold sweat on his forehead, "Young master, these two people are unfathomable. You can't offend them." Unfathomable? The young man was startled and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. He couldn't see through Yang Kai and Guizhu's depths before, so he didn't put them in his eyes. After all, he had 2 origin-returning realm cultivators with him. But now, the 2 origin-returning realm cultivators beside him turned pale. How could he not know that Yang Kai and Guizhu were not to be trifled with? He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Chapter 1821. After calming down, the young man raised his voice and asked, "Two friends, may I ask for your names?" After knowing that Yang Kai and Guizhu were not to be trifled with, he immediately lowered his posture and was no longer as aggressive as before. As soon as his voice fell, a figure flashed in front of him. The man who had fallen from the sky suddenly appeared in front of him. His gloomy face was so close that it was almost touching his face. The young man couldn't help but feel a little flustered when he met his gaze. He retreated in fear. "Who are you? Where are you from?" Yang Kai asked coldly. Among the men in black here, only 2 were first-order origin-returning realm cultivators. The others were all Saint King realm cultivators. He didn't put such existences in his eyes at all. What he wanted to figure out the most now was the origin of the other party and how they came to Tongxian realm. The 2 origin-returning realm cultivators guarding the young man didn't see how Yang Kai appeared in front of them, but they immediately knew that this person was much more terrifying than they had guessed. Their hearts beat like a drum. One of them plucked up the courage and smiled cautiously. "Young lord, we are from the spirit-devouring sect. This is our young sect master, young Lord Mu Chengfeng." As he spoke, he pointed to the young man and introduced him to Yang Kai. Mu Chengfeng puffed out his chest, seemingly realizing that his performance just now was a little unbearable and wanted to pretend to be calm to save some face. Spirit-devouring sect? Yang Kai frowned and glanced back at Guizhu. This old master has never heard of this sect. "I'm afraid it's not worth mentioning," Guizhu said lightly. Mu Chengfeng and the 2 origin-returning realm cultivator were a little angry when they heard Guizhu's evaluation of their sect. However, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous since their fists weren't bigger than the other parties. "Did you guys set up this damn spirit array?" Yang Kai pointed to the 6-pointed star spirit array behind him. "Yes." The origin-returning realm cultivator who spoke earlier quickly replied, quietly wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, "It was set up by our sect with a lot of effort." "Very good." Yang Kai sneered, "Since you guys set it up." "Little brother." As if sensing what Yang Kai was going to say next, the origin-returning realm master interrupted him in horror. "Little brother, you should know that there is more than one such spirit array on this continent. All the disciples of my spirit-devouring sect are now on this continent, led by the sect master. We are planning something big, so I hope little brother can make things easy for us." "More than one?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He was so angry that he laughed. "No wonder the spiritual chi here is worse than before. So it's because of you guys. Very good, very good." The origin-returning realm master smiled awkwardly. "Little brother, The cultivation level of the cultivator on this continent was too low. Even if he left some spiritual energy for them to cultivate, they wouldn't be able to achieve anything in this lifetime. But if my spirit-devouring sect were to obtain this world energy, it would be a different story. My sect master is an origin king. If he could devour the world energy of this continent, his strength would definitely increase greatly. When the time came to refine the star's origin energy of this continent, it would also bring a chance of survival to this place. This was the so-called putting death on the line and fighting to live. Little brother's strength was profound. I think you should understand this. He deliberately mentioned that the sect master of the spirit-devouring sect was an origin king realm master. He wanted Yang Kai to back off. Who knew that after Yang Kai heard this, he became even more furious. You still want to refine the star's origin energy? Of course. Mu Chengfeng straightened his back. Father, Master has already taken the elites of the sect to the core. I'm afraid he will refine the star's origin energy soon. When he remembered that his father was an origin king realm master, Mu Chengfeng became full of confidence. He believed that these two guys would definitely not dare to kill him, even though Mu Chengfeng still didn't know their origins, let alone their strength. But no one with a brain would be willing to be an enemy of an origin king realm master. So, he regained his previous leisurely and confident demeanor. After he finished speaking, he found that Yang Kai was staring at him with an even more terrifying gaze. Mu Chengfeng was startled and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned, "What else can I do? I'm going to take your lives." As soon as he finished speaking, a few soft sounds could be heard. All the disciples of the spirit-devouring sect in black clothes were seriously injured at the same time. They fell down one after another. They didn't even have time to scream before they all died. Mu Chengfeng screamed in horror. His eyes trembled violently as he pointed a trembling finger at Yang Kai. "How dare you be an enemy of my spirit-devouring sect?" "An enemy?" Yang Kai sneered, "Don't overestimate yourself. You don't have the qualifications to be so presumptuous in my territory. I'll make sure you don't return." The spirit-devouring sect was not only unscrupulously extracting the world energy of Tongxian realm, but also enslaving the star's cultivator. How could Yang Kai not be annoyed by this? Although the star's origin energy had been collected by the little senior sister and there was no need to worry about it being taken away by the spirit-devouring sect again, their reckless actions should have caused some damage to the little senior sister. "My father is an origin king realm master. How dare you kill me?" Mu Chengfeng was scared silly. He thought that by mentioning his father's name, the other party would be cautious. How could he have known that this young man didn't care at all? Origin King Realm? This father has killed more than one. I'll take your father's head later. Yang Kai sneered and closed in on Mu Chengfeng step by step. Mu Chengfeng was so scared that he fell to the ground on his butt. A foul smell came out from his crotch. His face was twisted and he was about to cry. This made Yang Kai frown. He didn't expect this kid to be so cowardly. After thinking about it, he waved his hand and sealed Mu Chengfeng's power with his Saint Qi. He looked back at the thousands of cultivator from the shrouded heaven mansion and said, "Who wants to kill him? Come on up." The thousands of cultivator were originally maintaining the operation of the spirit-devouring array. Since Yang Kai and Gizu appeared, they had been watching from the sidelines. When they saw Yang Kai kill the spirit-devouring sect's disciples that they couldn't resist, they were immediately shocked by Yang Kai. Some of the cultivator who had seen Yang Kai's portrait immediately understood the origin and identity of Yang Kai. At this moment, after hearing Yang Kai's words, there was no longer any hesitation. The thousands of cultivators, young and old, men and women, all rushed towards Mu Chengfeng with murderous looks on their faces. "You bunch of ants." Mu Chengfeng was afraid of Yang Kai, but he didn't care about these cultivator from the shrouded heaven mansion. He roared with a ferocious face, "If you dare to hurt a single hair on my head, I'll make you beg for death." The thousands of cultivators paused for a moment, but in the next moment, they rushed over at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, Mu Chengfeng's position was completely surrounded. Sounds of punching and kicking could be heard. The shrouded heaven mansion's disciples gathered in the center seemed to have a tacit understanding not to use their Saint Chi. They only used their physical strength to attack Mu Chengfeng. This way, Mu Chengfeng could live longer and taste more painful torment. Bastard, how dare you kill the sect master? Avenge the sect master. Avenge the seventh elder. Avenge senior sister Lu. Woo-woo, can you see me in heaven, senior sister Lu? I've avenged you. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Let me break this bastard's balls. The scene of thousands of people ganging up on a single person was spectacular. In an instant, the place where Mu Chengfeng was standing was filled with flying dust. Continuous banging sounds could be heard, mixed with Mu Chengfeng's painful howls. But after a while, Mu Chengfeng's voice weakened. After a while, there was no more sound. Yang Shengzhu? Are you really Yang Shengzhu? Just as Yang Kai was watching coldly from the sidelines, a woman's voice rang in his ears. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. He found that this woman was the one who had been humiliated by Mu Chengfeng before. Her face was covered in dust and she looked like a cat. Her loose robe that had been cut open was still on her body. Her proud figure made her look like a blade of grass in the wind and rain, making people want to take pity on her. You know me? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Are you really Yang Shengzhu? The woman's face suddenly flushed red. She stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Her two eyes that seemed to be able to speak flashed with a bright light. Her eyes were quickly filled with tears, as if she had seen her savior. She knelt down in front of Yang Kai and said, Yang Shengzhu, please uphold justice for the people of the entire continent. Stand up and talk. Startled, Kai Yang quickly reached out and lifted her up. The woman suddenly felt herself being lifted up by a gentle force, no longer able to continue kneeling. Don't cry. Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. This woman was looking at him with teary eyes, constantly sobbing, bean-sized tears rolling down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. After wiping away one string of tears, another string would appear. Her beautiful face was gradually revealed. She was indeed a beautiful woman. Although Mu Chengfeng was a bit unbearable, he was very experienced in reading women. Let's talk nicely. Yang Kai sighed and comforted her. Don't cry for now. The woman rubbed the corners of her eyes again and tried to suppress the excitement in her heart. Her plump breasts heaved up and down exaggeratedly a few times before she finally calmed down. Yang Shengzhu is a person who can reach the heavens. Only you can resolve the continent's calamity. Yang Shengzhu, please have mercy on us and save the continent from its calamity. Yang Shengzhu, please have mercy on us and save the continent from its calamity. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from all directions. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that thousands of cultivators from the shrouded heaven manor had gathered around and were looking at him with pleading eyes. On the other side, Mu Chengfeng had long been beaten to the point that he did not look human anymore. He had become a pile of rotten meat. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, Don't make it sound so serious. Yes, I know a little about the situation here, but I just came back and don't know much. Tell me more in detail. What is the current situation of the continent? When did these people come here? Replying to Yang Shengzhu, these people came to the Tongxian realm a year ago. The woman opened her red lips slightly and her beautiful eyes fell into a reminiscing look. As she narrated, the look in her eyes gradually became frightened and angry. Obviously, it was because she recalled the days of fear and the scene of her fellow disciples being killed. Chapter 1822. After an hour, Yang Kai and Gui Zhu set off again, gradually disappearing into the distance. The woman from Shrouded Heaven Mansion looked at the backs of the two, cheering in her heart. With Yang Shengzhu's return, the continent was saved. Although she had never interacted with Yang Kai, and today was the first time they met, she firmly believed in this matter. Yang Kai, according to that little girl, this spirit-devouring sect has some tricks up its sleeve, Gui Zhu said thoughtfully. This method of extracting the world energy of the entire continent and transforming it into spirit-devouring crystals is quite ingenious. Even this old master can't figure it out. Indeed, but this can only be done under the premise of harming the foundation of the stars. Yang Kai played with a few pieces of spirit-devouring crystals in his hand. They were almost the same size and color. These spirit-devouring crystals were all found in Mu Chengfeng's space ring. One of them was a semi-finished product obtained from the spirit-devouring array, while the rest were already formed. Obviously, they were the harvest of Mu Chengfeng and the others in the past year. Every bit of world energy in these spirit-devouring crystals originally belonged to Tongxian realm. According to the woman from Shrouded Heaven Mansion, the spirit-devouring sect suddenly came to Tongxian realm a year ago. When they saw a starship arrive that day, the cultivator of Tongxian realm was puzzled and didn't know what happened. However, after the spirit-devouring sect suppressed Tongxian realm with absolute strength, they began to enslave the cultivator of Tongxian realm to work for them to maintain the operation of the spirit-devouring array. However, those who resisted were killed without mercy. Within a year, dozens of families and forces on Tongxian realm were wiped out. Shrouded Heaven Mansion also suffered heavy losses, with only 1,000 people surviving in the end. Has Elder never heard of the spirit-devouring sect before? Yang Kai turned to look at Guizhu. Guizhu shook his head and said, "No. You also know that this old master has been trapped for 2,000 years and has just escaped not long ago. In fact, I don't know much about this territory. But, don't you happen to have a candidate in your hands?" "You mean?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before understanding who Guizhu was referring to. Taking out the soul-sustaining bowl from his space ring, he condensed his divine sense into it. He shouted, "Come out!" The next moment, Zidong's soul body slowly emerged, looking at Yang Kai in fear and trepidation. He smiled apologetically and said, "Brother Yang, what instructions do you have for me? Could it be that they've already arrived at Purple Star?" "Now that we've arrived at Purple Star, I have something to ask you." "Brother Yang, feel free to ask, I will tell you everything I know." Zidong Lai wiped his forehead. He seemed to be much more relieved. "Have you ever heard of the spirit-devouring sect?" "Spirit-devouring sect?" Zidong Lai's face changed, revealing a look of dread. "You really know about it?" Yang Kai looked at his expression and immediately realized that this guy had heard of the spirit-devouring sect. "I do know about it. But did Brother Yang meet someone from the spirit-devouring sect?" Zidong Lai looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "I just met a group of cultivator who claimed to be from the spirit-devouring sect. They set up a spirit-devouring array and refined something called the spirit-devouring crystal," Yang Kai said, and took out a spirit-devouring crystal. "That's it? It's really the spirit-devouring crystal?" Zidong Lai's eyes instantly became scorching hot as he stared at the spirit-devouring crystal with a greedy look on his face. But soon, he remembered that his body was now destroyed, so he had no use for the spirit-devouring crystal. He immediately became a little dejected. "Tell me, what's the background of this spirit-devouring sect? Why do you seem to be afraid of them?" Yang Kai put away the spirit-devouring crystal and continued to ask. "Spirit-devouring sect? Well, I have never met them before. I only saw some records in the ancient books of my Purple Star. It is said that 100 years ago, the spirit-devouring sect was suddenly born on a cultivation star called the Heavenly Wolf Star. Then, it rose like a comet. Its rise was so fast that it attracted the attention of the entire cultivation star territory. In less than 10 years, a large number of masters have been born in the spirit-devouring sect. There are even several Origin King Realm masters. This is very unusual for an obscure sect. So, at that time, the three great forces in the cultivation star territory did research on the spirit-devouring sect. Later, they found that this sect had mastered a set of secret techniques from somewhere. It was the method to set up the spirit-devouring array and refine the spirit-devouring crystal, as Brother Yang said. The cultivator of their sect had greatly improved in a short time by devouring and refining the energy of the spirit-devouring crystal. If that was all, it would be nothing. The key is that their rise was accompanied by the decline of the heavenly wolf star. In less than 50 years after the birth of the spirit-devouring sect, the richness of the heavenly wolf star's world energy had dropped by several grades. Only then did the three great forces in the cultivation star territory realize the seriousness of the problem. Any cultivation star is a precious treasure in the cultivation star territory. How could the spirit-devouring sect be so reckless? If they were allowed to continue like this, the heavenly wolf star would collapse. So, after the three great forces looked back, they jointly dispatched masters to the heavenly wolf star and attacked the spirit-devouring sect's headquarters. In that battle, the spirit-devouring sect was uprooted, but the three great forces also suffered a lot of losses. This has never happened before. In the cultivation star territory, there is a sect that can compete with the three great forces. Since that battle, the spirit-devouring sect has disappeared from the stage of history. I thought the spirit-devouring sect had long been annihilated, but I didn't expect there to be a fish that escaped the net. The three great forces joined forces. Yang Kai was also stunned, but soon he sneered. The three of you joined forces not just to stop the spirit-devouring sect from continuing to destroy the heavenly wolf star, right? Did you take a fancy to something else? Zidonglai smiled embarrassedly and flattered. Brother Yang's insight is like a torch. The spirit-devouring sect has an amazing secret method to cultivate a cultivator to grow rapidly. Which force wouldn't be jealous? An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. But, as far as I know, although the three great forces annihilated the spirit-devouring sect, they didn't succeed in laying out the spirit-devouring array. Oh? Why is that? Yang Kai was surprised. I don't know. I only saw some records in the sect's ancient books. I don't know the specific situation at that time. A worried look emerged between Zidonglai's brows, but after a few decades, the spirit-devouring sect has come back again. This is not a good thing. By the way, Brother Yang, where is this place? Since that incident, the spirit-devouring sect has become a rat on the street. Everyone wants to beat them up. It's absolutely impossible for them to act under the nose of the three great forces again. This is my homeland. Yang Kai replied casually. No outsiders have come here for a long time. The spirit-devouring sect probably saw this point, so they laid out the spirit-devouring array here. I see. Brother Yang, since we have discovered the spirit-devouring sect, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they have a chance to breathe, they will become a big problem. I see that the world energy here is thin. I don't think there are any experts here. Why don't you take me back to Purple Star and let me mobilize the Purple Star's experts here? Hey, Brother Yang, let me finish, Brother Yang. After Yang Kai stuffed the soul-sustaining bowl back into his space ring, he said to Guizhu, Elder, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Sect Master, if you have any orders, just say it. Guizhu chuckled. The spirit-devouring sect seems to have a lot of people. According to the woman just now, they are scattered all over the continent, laying out the spirit-devouring array. I want you to help me eradicate them all. That's not a problem. Guizhu laughed strangely. It's very easy to find them. Just follow the direction of the flow of world energy. Naturally, you can follow the vine to find the melon. Moreover, this old master is very interested in the spirit-devouring array. If I had known that this spirit array was so heaven-defying, I wouldn't have let Mu Chengfeng die. I should have interrogated him properly. You can study the spirit-devouring array, but you can't use it. This old master naturally knows this. This old master doesn't want to become the public enemy of the star territory. Sect Master, don't worry, this old master will be back soon. By the way, where should I find you after dealing with this? Nine Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai replied, you can ask anyone and you'll know the direction. Okay, this old master will go. Guizhu laughed. The 10,000 soul banner wrapped around his body, turned into a black light, and flew away. After Guizhu left, Yang Kai looked in a certain direction with deep eyes. The wind and thunder wings unfolded behind him. With the sound of wind and thunder, he also turned into a stream of light and disappeared. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing on this trip back to Tongxian realm. Now that Guizhou was going to eradicate the remnants of the spirit-devouring sect personally, there was nothing to worry about, but he had to go to the Earth's core personally. Mu Qingfeng said that his father planned to refine the star's source of Tongxian realm. In that case, the spirit-devouring sect's sect master must be in the Earth's core at this moment. The source strength of a cultivation star was always hidden in the depths of its core, but it was extremely difficult to reach it. The world principles contained in the source strength of a cultivation star were not something anyone could resist. Only a third-order origin king realm master could resist it for a while. However, the little senior sister had refined Tongxian realm source, and the little senior sister was not on this continent, so it shouldn't be difficult to sneak into the Earth's core now. If Yang Kai's guess was right, the spirit-devouring sect's sect master should already be in the Earth's core. He flew for a while and found a suitable place before landing. With a wave of his hand, he released Xiao Xiao and got into the sealed world bead, letting Xiao Xiao hold the Emperor artifact. In the next moment, Xiao Xiao used his innate divine technique and disappeared into the ground, moving towards the Earth's core at an extremely fast speed. After half an hour, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate outside. He was surprised to find that he had arrived at the Earth's core. Magma was surging below and it was extremely hot. Even the world energy here contained unimaginable heat toxins. And in a very distant location, there were some faint movements. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he rushed out of the sealed world bead. After listening for a moment, his face suddenly changed and he hurried towards the source of the movement. Less than 100 kilometers away from where Yang Kai was, a middle-aged man with a robust appearance stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him, 5 third-order origin returning realm cultivators stood on both sides. The middle-aged man stared ahead with a dignified gaze. In front of him, there was a dazzling ball of energy that was emitting light. And on that ball of energy, there was a clear face. This face was covered with a thin veil, making it impossible to see its true appearance. There was a blue crystal on its forehead, and its eyes were clear, like a fairy from an empty valley. Who else could this woman be but Xia Ningchang? Chapter 1823. It could be seen that Xia Ningchang did not have a physical body, but rather a wisp of her soul, so she could only manifest an illusory image. At this moment, Xia Ningchang's clear eyes were full of anxiety and helplessness, as well as a faint trace of anger. On the other hand, the middle-aged man and the several origin returning realm cultivator all looked calm, as if they were certain to defeat the other party. The two sides seemed to be in a stalemate, and after a long time, the middle-aged man spoke. "This king has been waiting for many days. I wonder if young Lady Xia has considered this properly? Can you give this king a satisfactory answer?" Xia Ningchang frowned and said softly, "Can you be more lenient? This matter is of great importance and I need to discuss it carefully with junior brother, but now, I can't find any trace of junior brother." The middle-aged man coldly snorted, "Young Lady Xia, are you joking? This king saw that you were able to refine the source of the stars at such a young age, so this king cherished talent and was unwilling to use force, but now, you are repeatedly evading my request. Do you think this king is a fool? If you really have a problem, you should ask your honored master for advice. Why would you discuss it with your junior brother? Ridiculous." But, Xia Ningchang thought to herself, honored master's current cultivation is even lower than mine, so how can he compare to junior brother? No buts. The middle-aged man interrupted Xia Ningchang impatiently. "Since you are not willing to cooperate, then this king will drain this continent of its world energy and turn it into a dead star. As for the source of the stars, if you don't want it, then this king doesn't care. When the time comes, this king would like to see how long you can preserve this source without the support of the world energy. Perhaps young lady has the ability to bring it back from the dead? This continent has billions of living beings. Without the nourishment of the world energy, they will all die. I'm afraid they will all become bones in a few days." Wait. Xia Ningchang was shocked, her eyes full of hesitation and helplessness. The middle-aged man looked at her with a cold smile, his face full of confidence. Although he hadn't interacted much with this woman surnamed Xia, he could tell that she wasn't deeply involved in the world and didn't have much experience. Moreover, she was kind-hearted and didn't want to see the continent gradually fall into ruin. It was for this reason that he could threaten her to return the origin source. Otherwise, the origin energy would have been refined by her. Unless he could find her real body and kill her, they had to snatch the star's origin that they possessed. But how would the middle-aged man know where her real body was? The other party had merely sensed that something had happened on this continent, so he had sent a wisp of his soul intent here. Only someone with a great divine technique would be able to follow this divine will. He tracked down the location of Xia Ningchang's real body. Xia Ningchang looked like he was in a difficult position. How could the middle-aged man not know that his threat had worked? Using the billions of lives to pressure the other party. How could a little girl bear it? Striking while the iron was hot, he said, "Miss Xia, I'm not willing to do such inhumane things. If you can return the origin, I'll give you a chance. If you can return the origin source, I can become the star master of this continent after I refine it. If I become the star master, how could I not consider this continent?" "But haven't you been extracting the world's spiritual energy?" Xia Ningchang didn't know about the tyranny and evil of the spirit-devouring array, so she couldn't detect the other party's sinister intentions for a while. It's just destruction and reconstruction. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. "I can't tell you the specific reason, Miss Xia. You only need to know that if I refine the origin source, I will lead this continent to prosperity." "Really?" Xia Ningchang muttered to herself. Although she was naturally kind and had a pure heart, it didn't mean that she was a fool. Naturally, she could tell that this middle-aged man wasn't a good person, but the other party's threat had grasped her weak spot. If she didn't return the origin source for him to refine, the world's spiritual energy would be sucked dry sooner or later, and it would really become a dead star. When she became the Star Master, she felt the vitality and pulse of the billions of lives on Tongxian realm. She felt the rise and fall of this continent, so how could she bear to see this continent become a cold and desolate place? Xia Ningchang was really at a loss. There was only one voice in the depths of her heart that was shouting, "Junior brother, where are you? If you were in my position, how would you deal with it?" "Little senior sister, don't listen to his nonsense." A voice suddenly echoed in the depths of the earth core. Xia Ningchang raised her head. She instinctively thought that she was hallucinating because she missed the voice too much, but when she saw a familiar figure slowly walking out of the darkness not far away and saw the smile on that familiar face, she realized that her junior brother had really appeared in front of her at this time. Xia Ningchang's mouth twitched and she almost cried. She felt so wrong that she wanted to die. A few days ago, she had been negotiating with the middle-aged man. Her delicate and sensitive heart was under unimaginable pressure, but she was still able to pretend to be obedient. But when this figure appeared, Xia Ningchang suddenly felt like her whole body was about to collapse. The heavy burden that had been on her shoulders for a long time almost crushed her to pieces. Only when this heavy burden was lifted did she realize what she had been shouldering. "Junior brother." Xia Ningchang pursed her lips and called out. "Senior sister, don't cry." Yang Kai's figure flickered and directly appeared in front of Xia Ningchang's wisp of soul. Staring at her, he grinned and said, it's okay, I'm here." It was as if he was comforting a child. He almost patted Xia Ningchang's head a few times. Xia Ningchang nodded obediently. "You noticed that something was wrong here, so you sent your soul sense here, right?" Yang Kai glanced at her and understood the situation in front of him. Only a Star Master could do such a thing. If he wanted, he could also send a wisp of his soul sense back to Shadowed Star, but it would consume a lot of his soul sense. "My main body is too far away from my soul sense. It's not good to stay here for too long as it can easily cause damage. Go back and tell them that I will return to the sect in a few days, so they don't have to worry. And, junior brother, be careful." "These people? It's okay. Just a few trash who can't even be shown in public," Yang Kai sneered. Hearing what he said, Xia Ningchang smiled sweetly, no longer worried. She then formed a seal with her hands and the face of her soul sense gradually dissipated. Just before Xia Ningchang left, she suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly said, "By the way, junior brother, Yang Inflammation, what happened to Yang Inflammation?" Yang Kai was shocked, but there was no trace of Xia Ningchang in front of him. Her wisp of soul sense had already passed through the star field and returned to Shadowed Star. What the hell happened? Yang Kai suddenly became depressed. Xia Ningchang did not know the true identity of Yang Inflammation, but he did. Yang Inflammation had been in a deep sleep since she returned from the Emperor Garden, seemingly trying to completely merge her main body with her embodiment. It had been more than 10 years since then, but Yang Kai did not know what was going on. Now, Xia Ningchang suddenly sent him news about Yang Inflammation, but she did not explain it fully, which made Yang Kai very anxious. "I'll deal with you when we get back." Yang Kai secretly swore to himself. "Little brat, you're quite arrogant, daring to judge this king like that." Since Yang Kai had become a monk, the middle-aged man and the other origin returning realm cultivator had been staring at him vigilantly. Just now, when they heard Yang Kai call them a bunch of trash, they were furious. Coupled with the fact that the source strength they were about to obtain was ruined by Yang Kai with just a few words, how could the middle-aged man endure? He immediately shouted angrily. Yang Kai slowly turned around, looked at them coldly, and sneered, "What? Are you not trash? Several big men ganging up to bully a little girl and calling you trash is an insult to the word trash." The middle-aged man coldly snorted as thick murderous intent appeared in his eyes. "Who was it just now who said they would turn this place into a dead star? Stand up, this sect master promises not to beat you to death." Yang Kai declared arrogantly as he glared at the other party. "Little brat, don't think that you can be lawless just because you have a little strength. How can a frog at the bottom of a well know the vastness of the sea and the sky? You have already reached the Origin King realm at such a young age. You can be considered a promising talent. Why don't you join this king? This king can teach you a supreme secret technique that will help you reach the peak as soon as possible," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice with his hands behind his back. He looked like a grandmaster. "What? Origin King realm? Him? Impossible." The origin returning realm cultivators behind the middle-aged man were shocked and cried out one by one. They had been investigating Yang Kai's cultivation, but they couldn't find any clues at all. They thought that he was wearing an artifact that could isolate their divine sense, but they didn't know that he was actually stronger than them. But how can there be such a young origin king in this world? Yang Kai chuckled and said contemptuously, "Are all of you spirit-devouring sect so idiotic? No wonder you were annihilated." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. "You know we are from the spirit-devouring sect, yet you still dare to be so arrogant?" The origin returning realm cultivators also trembled, as if some of their secrets had been exposed. A look of extreme fear appeared in their eyes. "So what if I'm arrogant? Bite me," Yang Kai sneered. "If you don't have the guts, how about I lend you a few?" The middle-aged man was trembling with anger, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He had long noticed that Yang Kai was a first-order origin king, not the slightest bit worse than him. He was not confident he could kill Yang Kai, so he had no choice but to endure the other party's arrogance. However, the secret of the spirit-devouring sect couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be hunted down by the cultivator in the entire star territory. For a moment, the middle-aged man had a headache. He didn't know what to do. Seeing his hesitation, Yang Kai sneered and added fuel to the fire. "By the way, before I came here, I killed a few of your spirit-devouring sect's people. One of them said he was the young sect master of the spirit-devouring sect and called himself Mu Chengfeng. That guy was your son, right? Sect Master Mu Wu?" Mu Wu's body trembled. His eyes immediately turned blood red. "You killed Chengfeng?" "Sorry, I misspoke," Yang Kai smiled apologetically. "I didn't kill him. I just beat him up. And he was beaten to death by the people of Shrouded Heaven Mansion. He died so miserably that he was turned into a meat patty. Sect Master Mu Wu, you weren't there. If you had seen it, you would have shed tears." Chapter 1824. Bastard, I'll kill you! Mu Wu roared as his face turned ferocious. Saint Chi surged out of his body as his Origin King Realm domain territory wrapped around Yang Kai. At the same time, he turned into a stream of light and landed directly on top of Yang Kai's head. He naturally knew the cultivation of the people from Shrouded Heaven Mansion. It was impossible for his son to be killed by them. The only possibility was that his son was suppressed by this little brat in front of him, which was why he was killed. The enmity of killing his son was absolutely irreconcilable. Even if Mu Wu was afraid of Yang Kai's strength, how could he endure it at this moment? He clapped his hands and pushed them forward. A surge of power turned into a visible cross slash that pressed down on Yang Kai like a landslide, as if it wanted to cut Yang Kai in half. Is that all you've got? Yang Kai curled his lips as a look of disdain appeared on his face. He could see the clues from Mu Wu's move. Although he was also a First-Order Origin King, his real combat power was worse than any Origin King that Yang Kai had ever seen. This difference was mainly in the degree of condensation of Saint Chi and the power of his territory field. It wasn't strange when he thought about it. The spirit-devouring sex cultivator mainly relied on refining and devouring spirit-devouring crystals. It was a shortcut. But how could there be a shortcut in martial Dao cultivation? The price of rapidly improving one's cultivation was an unstable foundation. A spirit-devouring sect cultivator might be able to cultivate to the Second-Order Origin King Realm or even the Third Order with the help of spirit-devouring crystals. But their real combat power was definitely much lower than a cultivator of the same level. Mu Wu was the same. His Saint Chi was slightly impure and his territory field wasn't perfect. Although the cross-energy slash was imposing, it was full of flaws in Yang Kai's eyes. He just bent his back and threw a punch with all his might. The fist roared and hit the center of the cross-energy slash. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk, a fine crisp sound rang out. Mu Wu was shocked and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His face was filled with horror and despair. He could only feel that his territory had been shattered by his opponent's punch and could no longer remain intact. The cross-shaped energy slash had also become extremely fragile. It was actually directly scattered. So powerful. Mu Wu immediately realized that he was no match for Yang Kai. Before he could finish this thought, the remaining force of the fist broke through all the blockages and landed directly on his chest. Mu Wu was sent flying backwards as he spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Sect Master, actually, that's impossible. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. The Origin returning realm cultivators of the spirit-devouring sect immediately screamed. Their faces turned pale as they rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating. An Origin King Realm Master had always been synonymous with the peak combat power in Star Territory, but the Sect Master was just an Origin King. They were actually sent flying in the first exchange of blows with this young man. This reality was really hard for them to accept. At this moment, Mu Wu's heart was also trembling. After that one strike, the blood that had surged up in his head had also subsided rapidly. He knew that he was no match for Yang Kai. He had already begun to think about how to escape. But his vision suddenly blurred as a face that terrified him suddenly appeared, almost touching the tip of his nose. Demon Eye. Yang Kai softly spat out these two words. In the next moment, the pupil of his left eye suddenly shrank, turning into a long and narrow vertical pupil. From that eye, a dazzling golden light bloomed. It was filled with endless majesty. Mu Wu was instantly blinded. In his consciousness, he only felt that there was a terrifying eye in the sky looking down at him coldly. Under the gaze of that eye, he didn't dare to move at all. Even his soul was in turmoil. At the moment when he was absent-minded, Yang Kai attacked again. He suddenly punched out, smashing Mu Wu's dantian. A surge of Saint Chi poured into Mu Wu's body, shuttling through his meridians and flesh like thousands of sharp swords, instantly destroying his meridians. The Origin King Realm aura on Mu Wu's body suddenly withered. In just 3 breaths, the sect master of the spirit-devouring sect had his cultivation crippled by Yang Kai. Asterisk Pa. He fell from the sky like a dead fish and fell to the ground, motionless. In the depths of the earth's core, only the sound of the few origin-returning realm cultivators of the spirit-devouring sect swallowing their saliva could be heard. The battle just now happened so fast that their sect master was crippled before they could react. Now that they understood their situation, their faces turned ugly. They looked at Yang Kai, who was standing next to Mu Wu, as if they were looking at an evil ghost. Their faces were filled with horror and horror. This young man could cripple their sect master in 3 breaths. If he wanted to kill them, it would only be a matter of moving his fingers. The demon eye of annihilation in Yang Kai's left eye still hadn't dispersed. He bent down and lifted Mu Wu up, looking straight into his eyes. His divine sense surged as he asked in a deep voice, "How do you arrange the spirit-devouring array? Tell me and I will spare your life." Although Yang Kai had seen the 6-pointed star array, he couldn't figure out anything about it. He didn't have a deep understanding of spirit arrays, so if he wanted to know how to arrange it, he had to start with Mu Wu. Mu Wu was the sect master of the spirit-devouring sect, so there was no reason he didn't know how to arrange the spirit-devouring array. How could Mu Wu, whose cultivation was crippled, resist the power of the demon eye of annihilation? After being forced by Yang Kai's divine sense, Mu Wu's eyes glazed over in an instant and he replied, "The spirit-devouring array was passed to my Mu family by that master. The master said that I can't tell anyone." "Master?" Yang Kai frowned, slightly stunned. He just wanted to understand the operation principle of the spirit-devouring array from Mu Wu and bring it back to Shadowed Star for Yang Yen to see if he could improve it. Who knew that it would involve some inexplicable master? It seems to be very secretive, Yang Kai thought secretly. He suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Right at this moment, a trace of bright light flashed through the eyes of Mu Wu, who had a blank expression on his face, and he opened his mouth and shouted, "My lord, save me." Yang Kai's face changed, and just as he was about to retreat, the light burst out from Mu Wu's eyes and shot into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Not good. Yang Kai was shocked and pushed Mu Wu away with a wave of his hand. The next moment, he closed his eyes and his soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea. Inside his knowledge sea, everything was calm, but Yang Kai's eyes immediately noticed a somewhat different kind of energy. This energy was suspended in his knowledge sea, twisting and changing. From this energy, Yang Kai felt a completely unfamiliar aura. This aura definitely didn't belong to Mu Wu. This energy wasn't strong, but Yang Kai felt an unimaginable danger. Soul-warming lotus. It's actually the soul-warming lotus. From this energy, a hoarse scream suddenly rang out. From this voice, Yang Kai could tell that the speaker was a man, but he couldn't tell his age. As soon as the voice fell, the energy transformed into the image of a man wearing a long robe. His face was blurred and Yang Kai couldn't see it clearly. At this moment, this man was staring straight at the 7-colored island in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, a faint fanatical light bursting from his eyes. Haha, it's actually the soul-warming lotus that has evolved to 7 colors. Just one more step and it will become the supreme soul-warming lotus. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that such a precious treasure would exist in this star territory? It seems that this king's decision to come here at the cost of Yuan Qi was not a bad idea. The man didn't seem to put Yang Kai in his eyes at all, only staring at the soul-warming lotus with great excitement. Immediately, his body shook again as he stared blankly at the space above his knowledge sea, an even more fanatical look bursting from his eyes as he excitedly said, "Star, it's actually the star of this star territory. Haha, this is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. Heavens help me, ha. Who are you, Your Excellency? You aren't Mu Wu, are you?" Yang Kai stared at this man coldly. Although this man gave him a very dangerous feeling, this was his knowledge sea, his world, so he wasn't afraid. Only then did the man glance at Yang Kai, his eyes cold and indifferent. Under this gaze, Yang Kai felt like an ant being stared at by a giant dragon, as if in this man's eyes, he was incomparably small. Yang Kai's heart shook violently. His martial Dao was extremely tough, and all the enemies he faced along the way were all stronger than him. Now that he was an Origin King cultivator, even facing a third-order Origin King, it was impossible for him to feel inferior. But this man, Yang Kai's face sank as he dispelled the discomfort in his heart and said coldly, "It seems that your excellency is the master mentioned by Mu Wu." The man opposite him raised his brow and said with a faint smile, "Boy, you are young, but not only is your cultivation good, your temperament is also good. This king didn't expect that there would be a character like you in this star territory. Boy, you will definitely become a great talent in the future. Yes, this king is the master mentioned by Mu Wu." So, you don't want Mu Wu to reveal the secret of the spirit-devouring array, so you attached yourself to him with your divine sense. Once he is about to reveal the secret, you will appear to stop him? Boy, you are worth teaching. Yang Kai nodded lightly. From the brief conversation just now and the man's muttering, he had some vague guesses about his origins. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and grinned. "Then, Master, have you heard of the name Insect Emperor?" As soon as he said this, the man's figure trembled violently as a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. He hissed, "A trivial ant actually knows of the existence of the Insect Emperor, Master? It seems that you are not simple." "Hee, I understand now. So, you also came from that place. You actually know of the existence of the star boundary?" The man looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. "Who are you?" This time, he finally looked at Yang Kai seriously. "So, that place is called the star boundary." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding, but at the same time, there was a trace of yearning. "You don't know." The man frowned, somewhat unable to figure out Yang Kai. He couldn't understand why Yang Kai knew of the Insect Emperor's name but had never heard of the star boundary. After being interrupted by Yang Kai, he suddenly became a little annoyed and waved his hand. "Boy, I don't care where you heard of the Insect Emperor Master's name, but since you have seen this king cannot let you live. This king will now give you two options. One is death, the other is to submit to this king and offer this soul-warming lotus to me with both hands, and this king may consider sparing your life." Chapter 1825. "Thank you very much, Master." Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, "But I don't want to choose any path." "You're courting death." The figure's face darkened, and murderous intent surged. Although the figure reprimanded fiercely, he didn't mean to fight Yang Kai, but stared at him coldly. Yang Kai laughed. "In that case, Master, why don't you send me on my way?" With a reckless look, he kept provoking the figure. The figure's face became more and more gloomy. "What? You don't dare? Or you can't?" Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became very sharp, like a sharp sword, piercing the depths of the figure's heart to see the truth. The figure was as motionless as a mountain. Yang Kai was as calm as the abyss and sneered, "If you come here with your true body, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to resist. Although I don't know how strong you are, you shouldn't be something that a cultivator at my level can resist. But you want to capture me with a mere soul? Are you stupid? This is my knowledge. See, I am the master." As soon as the words fell, the calm sea below suddenly rolled, gathering into a fierce water column, like an evil dragon waking up, and the knowledge sea was filled with an astonishing murderous aura. The figure gently took a breath, looked at Yang Kai lightly, and nodded. "Boy, you are really extraordinary. This king underestimated you. Since you have seen through the clues, this king has nothing to say. Boy, keep your life, this king will come to you again, don't die so easily." With that, he suddenly made a complicated gesture with both hands, and his whole body gradually faded. "Want to leave?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. "My knowledge sea is not a place where you can come and go as you please." The golden light suddenly shone brightly. The demon eye of annihilation suspended above the knowledge sea shone the golden light of annihilation, enveloping the figure. The fading figure suddenly froze, as if it had been imprisoned by the golden light of annihilation. The figure frowned and said suspiciously, "What kind of power is this? Why is it so strange? Spread out." His body trembled. The all-conquering golden light of annihilation was directly shattered. They all retreated, no longer able to get close to him. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, dozens of fierce dragons formed from the energy of Yang Kai's spiritual sea pounced over from all directions, viciously biting at the figure. A grave expression appeared on the figure's face. He drew a semicircle in front of him with his left hand, and a barrier of light suddenly appeared around his soul. Rumble, the evil dragon crashed into the light screen. His knowledge sea shook violently, and Yang Kai's soul avatar suddenly became extremely weak. This was a head-on clash of souls. No matter who won or lost, both Yang Kai and the figure would suffer great damage. Yang Kai was having a hard time, but the figure was also having a hard time. This wasn't an ordinary spiritual energy, but a variant of the fire attribute spiritual energy. Although he was not annihilated by this wave of powerful attacks, the scorching power that burned his soul still made him suffer unspeakably. After resisting the attacks of the dozens of fierce dragons, the figure became transparent, as if it could collapse at any time. And faintly visible inside his body, a scorching fire was wandering, constantly nibbling away at his soul power. Good, you're very good. The figure gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. A mere ant dares to hurt this king's soul. This king will remember today's enmity and will make you pay back 100 times in the future. As soon as his words fell, he once again formed a seal, and his whole person completely faded away. But before leaving, Yang Kai vaguely saw him form a seal and throw it into his knowledge sea. After 3 breaths, the tumultuous knowledge sea gradually calmed down. Yang Kai stood in place with a pale face, carefully perceiving his surroundings. The inexplicable figure had already left. This was beyond doubt, because there was no trace of his aura here. But what kind of seal did he leave behind before leaving? Where did he hide it? Yang Kai couldn't feel it at all. A deep sense of powerlessness filled Yang Kai's heart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The other party was just a soul, perhaps just one of the billions of divine senses of that person, yet it could come and go freely in his knowledge sea. Even a third-order origin king couldn't do such a thing. Could that guy be in existence on the same level as Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor? What was certain was that he came from the same place as Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor, and that place was called the Star Boundary. It was an existence even more advanced than the territory of the Star Boundary. There were also 2 things that Yang Kai was quite concerned about. First, that figure seemed to attach great importance to the star in his knowledge sea. When he saw the star at that time, he was even more excited than when he saw the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. What kind of secret is this star hiding? Yang Kai was puzzled. Since obtaining this star, Yang Kai had only used it to find his bearings and hadn't found much use for it. However, the other party seemed to care so much about the star, even more so than the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Perhaps there was some secret he didn't know about. The second thing was the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. That figure actually said that the 7-colored soul-warming lotus could evolve into the supreme soul-warming lotus if it went one step further. Yang Kai had always thought that the 7-colored soul-warming lotus was its final form, so how could he have known that there was a higher level above it? The benefits this soul-warming lotus brought to Yang Kai were simply too great. The reason why his spiritual energy was so powerful, not inferior to a third-order origin king's, was all thanks to the constant nourishment of his soul by this supreme treasure. The 7-colored soul-warming lotus had already brought great benefits to Yang Kai, so if it went one step further, Yang Kai's heart was burning with excitement. After communicating with the figure, the amount of information he received was so huge that it took him a long time to recover. After a full quarter of an hour, Yang Kai dispelled the many distracting thoughts in his heart and dispersed his soul avatar, returning his divine sense to his physical body. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Mu Wu sitting to the side with a pale face, motionless. It seemed that his vitality had withered because his cultivation had been crippled. The other origin returning realm cultivator didn't make the slightest move either. After seeing Yang Kai cripple Mu Wu's cultivation with just a few moves, how could they dare to have any improper thoughts? They were afraid of angering Yang Kai and leading to a fatal disaster. Even if Yang Kai just stood there, they didn't have the courage to take the opportunity to escape. It wasn't until now that they saw Yang Kai looking at them that these origin-returning realm cultivators were shocked. They squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Young man, please spare our lives. We were also forced by Muwu. We had no choice but to help the tyrant. Now we have repented. I hope young man can give us a chance to live. From now on, we will follow young man's lead. We will not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of flames." One of the cultivators in the middle hurriedly pleaded. As soon as he took the lead, the others continued to tell of their difficulties. They all accused Muwu of being overbearing and cruel, distancing themselves from the spirit-devouring sect and putting all the blame on Muwu. Muwu, whose vitality was already withered, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Yang Kai looked at their ugly faces coldly. He was already in a bad mood because of that figure, so how could he be in the mood to listen to their nonsense? A few golden blood threads shot out. Golden light flickered in the dim space for a while, instantly reaping their lives. Then, Yang Kai picked up the space rings of these people one by one. After checking them, he plundered nearly 100 spirit-devouring crystals that had been refined from their space rings. He placed all the spirit-devouring crystals in the original position of the star's source. Then, he formed a seal with his hand and pointed his finger forward. Kong. With a muffled sound, all the spirit-devouring crystals exploded, and a sea of heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly appeared and spread in all directions. The energy in the spirit-devouring crystals came from Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai did this just to return the energy to its source. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the density of world energy in his homeland improved. After doing all this, he summoned the sealed world bead and entered the sealed world bead again, asking Xiao Xiao to take the sealed world bead back to the surface. At the same time, on a certain cultivation star hundreds of millions of kilometers away, in a mountain valley with rich world energy aura, a man sat cross-legged. Sitting there, it was as if he had merged with the surrounding heavens and earth. If one did not look with their eyes, even a third-order origin king would not be able to discover his existence. Butterflies fluttered around him while a little bird gracefully combed its feathers with its beak. For this little bird, it seemed to be standing on an ordinary branch, not on a person's head. This person's understanding of the martial Tao had surpassed the entire territory of this star, reaching the legendary level of the Tao of nature. If those third-order origin kings were to see this, they would likely bow their heads and cower. Suddenly, this man's body trembled and he opened his eyes, staring ahead. Not long after, an almost imperceptible beam of energy shot over from afar and entered his body. This man closed his eyes and silently sensed it. After a while, his body shook and he exclaimed, "The seven-colored soul-warming lotus and the treasure map of this star's territory? These two things are in the same person's possession? Isn't this boy's opportunity a bit too heaven-defying? But that's fine. Since you dared to injure this king's soul, how can this king spare you? I'll leave these two things with you for the time being. With this king's spirit-seeking seal, it's useless for you to escape to the ends of the world." Saying so, he slowly stood up, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Forget it. 100 years have passed, and there haven't been any powerful energy fluctuations in this star's territory. It seems that there really isn't a protector. In that case, you will become this king's stepping stone to the emperor's throne." After he finished speaking, he suddenly smiled coldly and his entire body sank down in a strange manner. In just a moment, he came to the depths of the Earth's core and stood in front of the cultivation star's origin of this cultivation star. His hands danced as he constantly instilled seals into the origin of the stars. Along with his movements, the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the entire cultivation star began to fluctuate and converge towards the origin of the stars. Then, it was swallowed into this person's body. On this cultivation star, all the cultivators noticed that something was wrong at this moment. They clearly felt that the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the surroundings seemed to be decreasing at a terrifying speed. However, no one knew what was going on. To read it with a mobile phone, please visit Thank You Master. Yang Kai slightly cupped his fists, narrowed his eyes, and said indifferently, "But I won't choose any path. You're courting death." The figure's face darkened and murderous intent surged. Although the figure reprimanded Yang Kai fiercely, he didn't have the intention to attack him. Instead, he stared at him coldly. Yang Kai laughed. "If that's the case, why don't you send me on my way, master?" He looked like he didn't know what was good for him and kept provoking the figure. The figure's face became even more gloomy. "What? You don't dare? Or you can't?" Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, like a sharp sword that was going to pierce the depths of the figure's heart and see the truth. The figure was as still as a mountain. Yang Kai's aura was as deep as the abyss, and he sneered, "If you come in person, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to resist. Although I don't know how strong you are, you shouldn't be someone that a cultivator at my level can resist. However, you want to capture me with a mere soul? Are you stupid? This is my knowledge sea, and I am the master." As soon as he finished speaking, the calm seawater below suddenly surged and gathered into ferocious water pillars, like an evil dragon waking up. His knowledge sea was filled with an astonishing murderous aura. The figure gently took a breath, looked at Yang Kai indifferently and nodded. "Boy, you are really extraordinary. This king has underestimated you. Since you have seen through the clues, then this king has nothing to say. Boy, keep your life, this king will come to find you again. Don't die so easily." With that, he suddenly made a complicated gesture with both hands, and his whole person gradually faded away. "Wanna leave?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. "My knowledge sea is not a place where you can come and go as you please." The golden light suddenly burst out. The demon eye of annihilation suspended above the knowledge sea shone the golden light of annihilation, enveloping the figure. The fading figure suddenly froze, as if it had been imprisoned by the golden light of annihilation. The figure frowned and said suspiciously, "What kind of power is this? How can it be so strange? Scatter." His body shook. The golden light of annihilation that had always been successful was directly scattered. They all retreated and could no longer get close to him. Roar! At this moment, dozens of dragons condensed from Yang Kai's knowledge sea's energy rushed out from all directions and bit down viciously at the figure. The figure's face showed a very dignified look, his left hand drawing a semicircle in front of him, and a light curtain-like protection suddenly appeared around his soul body. Hong long long. The dragons hit the light curtain. The knowledge sea shook, and Yang Kai's soul avatar suddenly became very weak. This was a head-on confrontation between souls, and regardless of the outcome, Yang Kai and the figure would suffer great damage. Yang Kai was not having a good time, but the figure was also very uncomfortable. This was not an ordinary spiritual energy, but a variant of the fire attribute spiritual energy. Although he was not annihilated under this wave of attacks, the scorching power that burned his soul still made him suffer. After resisting the attacks of the dozens of dragons, the figure became transparent, as if he could collapse at any time. Moreover, a scorching flame was faintly visible in his body, constantly eating away at his soul force. "Good, you're very good." The figure gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai. "A trivial ant dares to injure this king's soul body. This king will remember today's enmity and will make you pay back 100 times in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal again and his whole body completely faded away. But before he left, Yang Kai vaguely saw him form a seal and throw it into his knowledge sea. After 3 breaths, the tumultuous knowledge sea gradually calmed down. Yang Kai stood in place with a pale face, carefully perceiving his surroundings. The inexplicable figure had already left. This was beyond doubt because there was no longer any trace of his aura here. But what kind of seal did he leave behind before leaving? Where was he hiding? Yang Kai could not sense it at all. A deep sense of powerlessness filled Yang Kai's heart, making him extremely uncomfortable. The other party was just a soul avatar, perhaps one of the billions of divine senses of that person, yet it could come and go freely in his knowledge sea. Even a third-order origin king would not be able to do such a thing. Could that guy be in existence on the same level as Young Inflammation and the Insect Emperor? What was certain was that he came from the same place as Young Inflammation and the Insect Emperor, and that place was called the Star Boundary. It was an existence even more advanced than the territory of the Star Boundary. There were also two things that Yang Kai was quite concerned about. The first was that the figure seemed to pay special attention to the star in his knowledge sea. When he saw the star, he was even more excited than when he saw the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. What kind of secret is this star hiding? Yang Kai was puzzled. Since obtaining the star, Yang Kai had only used it to find his bearings and had not found much use for it, but the other party cared so much about the star, even more so than the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. Perhaps there was some secret he did not know about. The second thing was the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. That figure had said that the seven-colored soul-warming lotus could evolve into the supreme soul-warming lotus if it went one step further. Yang Kai had always thought that the seven-colored soul-warming lotus was its final form, so how could he have known that there was an even higher level above it? The benefits this soul-warming lotus brought to Yang Kai were simply too great. The reason why his spiritual energy was so powerful, not inferior to a third-order origin king, was all due to the constant nourishment of his soul by this precious treasure. The seven-colored soul-warming lotus had already benefited Yang Kai immensely, so if it went one step further, Yang Kai's heart was burning with excitement. After communicating with the figure, the amount of information he received was so great that it took him a long time to recover. After half a quarter of an hour, Yang Kai dispelled the many distracting thoughts in his heart, dispersed his soul avatar, and returned his divine sense to his physical body. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Mu Wu's face was pale and he had fallen to the side, motionless. It seemed that his vitality had withered because his cultivation had been crippled. The few origin-returning realm cultivators did not make the slightest move. After seeing Yang Kai cripple Mu Wu's cultivation with just a few moves, how could they dare to have any improper thoughts? They were afraid of angering Yang Kai and leading to a fatal disaster. Even if Yang Kai just stood there, they did not have the courage to take the opportunity to escape. Until now, when they saw Yang Kai looking at them, these origin-returning realm cultivators were frightened and they all squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Young man, please spare our lives. We were also forced by Mu Wu and had no choice but to help the tyrant. Now, we have completely repented. I hope young man can give us a chance to live. From now on, we will follow young man's lead and will not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of fire." One of the cultivators in the middle hurriedly pleaded. As soon as he took the lead, the others continued to express their difficulties. They all accused Mu Wu of being overbearing and cruel, distancing themselves from the spirit-devouring sect and putting all the blame on Mu Wu. Mu Wu, whose vitality was already withered, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. Yang Kai looked at their ugly faces coldly. He was already in a bad mood because of that figure, so how could he be in the mood to listen to their nonsense? A few golden blood threads shot out and a golden light flickered in the dim space, reaping their lives in an instant. Then, Yang Kai picked up these people's space rings one by one and checked them. He plundered nearly 100 spirit-devouring crystals from their space rings that had already been refined. He placed all the spirit-devouring crystals in the original position of the star's source. Then, he formed a seal with his hand and pointed his finger forward. Hong. With a muffled sound, all the spirit-devouring crystals exploded, and a sea of heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly appeared and spread in all directions. The energy in the spirit-devouring crystals came from Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai did this just to return this energy to its source. He believed that it would not be long before the world energy density of his homeland improved. After doing all this, he summoned the sealed world bead and entered the sealed world bead again, asking Xiao Xiao to take the sealed world bead back to the surface. At the same time, on a certain cultivation star hundreds of millions of kilometers away, in a mountain valley with rich world energy, a man sat cross-legged. He sat there as if he was one with the world. If one did not look with their eyes, even a third-order origin king would not be able to notice his existence. Butterflies danced around him, and there was a little bird above his head, elegantly combing its feathers with its beak. To the little bird, it was as if it was standing on an ordinary branch, not on a person's head. This person's understanding of the martial Tao had already surpassed the entire territory of the star, reaching the legendary level of the Tao of nature. If those third-order origin kings were to see this, they would likely bow their heads and cower. Suddenly, the man's body trembled and he opened his eyes, staring ahead. Not long after, an almost imperceptible energy shot from the distance and entered his body. The man closed his eyes and silently sensed it. A moment later, his body shook and he exclaimed, "The 7-colored soul-warming lotus and the star territory's treasure map? These two things are in the same person's possession? Isn't this boy's opportunity a bit too heaven-defying? But that's fine. Since you dared to injure this king's soul, how can this king spare you? I'll leave these two things with you for the time being. With this king's spirit-seeking seal, you won't be able to escape to the ends of the world." Saying so, he slowly stood up, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Forget it. 100 years have passed and there have not been any powerful energy fluctuations in this star territory. It seems that there really is no protector. Since that's the case, you will become this king's stepping stone to the emperor's throne." After saying that, he suddenly smiled coldly, and his entire body strangely sank down. In just a short moment, he arrived at the depths of the Earth's core and stood before the star source of this cultivation star. Both of his hands danced about, and he kept on casting incantations into the star source. Along with his actions, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire cultivation star actually started to stir, and they all gathered towards the star source, which was then swallowed into this person's body. On this cultivation star, all the cultivators instantly realized that something was wrong. They could clearly feel that the surrounding world energy was becoming less and less. Moreover, the rate at which it was decreasing was terrifying, but no one knew what was going on. Chapter 1826. Tongxian Realm, a place filled with outstanding talents, a place of great beauty. This place was surrounded by 9 main peaks. Originally, it was the world-famous 9 Heavens Holy Land. It was the most powerful place in the entire Tongxian realm. However, many years ago, the people from 9 Heavens Holy Land suddenly disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where they had gone. There were rumors that they were taken to the vast territory of the star by the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. There were also rumors that they provoked an extremely powerful existence and were exterminated. There were all kinds of stories, but no one knew the truth behind it. However, in any case, 9 Heavens Holy Land was now ownerless. Many sects and families had their eyes on this treasure land. After the disciples of 9 Heavens Holy Land disappeared, countless conflicts broke out over this treasure land, resulting in countless casualties. In the end, this treasure land fell into the hands of 2 cultivators named Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhengkai. Both of them were carefree figures. They didn't have much fame and never cared about worldly affairs. They only talked about romance, wine, and beautiful women. They had always been traveling the entire Tongxian realm and seeing the scenery of various places. That day, when they happened to pass by 9 Heavens Holy Land, they saw that it was full of world energy and beautiful scenery, so they didn't hesitate to occupy it. They were both third-order Saint Realm masters, so how could those sects and families dare to resist? Although they were unwilling, they had no choice but to withdraw. They stayed there for a few years, and the 2 of them gradually got used to this place. They decided to stay and never leave. At this moment, on one of the main peaks of the 9 peaks, the 2 were sitting in a pavilion, drinking tea and discussing the Tao in a carefree manner. Inside the pavilion, there were over a dozen young girls with graceful figures serving at the side. Their beautiful eyes emitted a peculiar light as they looked at the 2 of them. These young girls were all the girls that the 2 of them had saved when they were traveling the continent. Some of them had lost their families, some were homeless, some were bullied by villains and were powerless to resist. The two were free and easy. They didn't compete with others, nor did they compete with the world. They were handsome and elegant. Although they were peak third-order saints, they were amiable, so they naturally won the admiration and respect of these girls. At this moment, there was a chessboard on the stone table in front of the two of them. Black and white pieces crisscrossed each other. Their way of chess was very similar to their temperament. There was not the slightest murderous aura on the chessboard. Many people were surrounded but not killed. It was amazing to see. Brother E, I heard news that the Money of Gold sect was also annihilated by a group of unknown people. There were 3,000 people in the sect. Those who died. Those who fled, and the remaining people seem to have all been enslaved. Those outsiders are really hateful. Lin Yuhao gracefully put down a piece, but there was a faint trace of worry between his eyebrows. Yi Zhenkai looked up at Lin Yuhao and said lightly, "Brother Lin, do you want to come out of seclusion?" Lin Yuhao chuckled. Opening the folding fan in his hand, he casually fanned himself and said, "That day when you and I became sworn brothers, we swore that in this life, we would only seek freedom and not kill. If there was any violation, the heavens would strike him with lightning, and the winds and clouds outside would change. It would be extremely tragic and his family would be ruined." What does it have to do with me? Does Brother Lin really think so? Yi Zhenkai looked at Lin Yuhao with a faint smile and said sharply, "I'm afraid that's not the case, right? Brother Lin has been upset these days, and even your way of chess has changed." The latter lowered his head and pulled at the chessboard in front of him, laughing embarrassedly. "Ha, it's true. That piece just now seems to be wrong. Brother Lin didn't make a mistake, but Brother Lin has killing intent in his heart." Saying so, Yi Zhenkai put down a piece with a solemn expression. In an instant, the atmosphere on the chessboard suddenly changed. From the original calm, it turned into a murderous aura. The cold, murderous aura seemed to want to penetrate the chessboard and go straight to the ninth heaven. Lin Yuhao's expression changed slightly and he said lightly, "Isn't Brother E the same?" Yi Zhenkai laughed. "You and I are really brothers. Even our thoughts are the same." Lin Yuhao sighed slightly. "Over the years, you and I have only cared about ourselves and have never cared about the life and death of others in this continent. Even these girls," he glanced at the girls around him, and a trace of guilt appeared on his face, "I couldn't bear to see them like this, so I brought them back. I have been carefree for most of my life, and sometimes I wonder, is this kind of life really good? Back then, when the bone race revived, you and I didn't care, but under the leadership of the Nine Heavens Holy Land Master, the masters of the three clans defeated the foreign enemies and defended this land. If it weren't for the Nine Heavens Holy Land Master and the masters of the three clans, how could you and I continue to be carefree? I'm afraid that we would have been swallowed up by the bone race long ago, so how could we still be drinking tea and discussing the Tao today?" "Yes." Yi Zhenkai nodded and said, "Brother Lin's thoughts are exactly what I'm thinking. But I should have advanced and retreated with the masters of the human, demon, and monster races. Even if I died, I would have a clear conscience. Every time I think of what happened back then, this Lin feels uneasy. The peace of this continent was exchanged with their lives, but the two of us enjoyed it wantonly. But the two of us don't have the qualifications." Lin Yuhao smiled guiltily. Yi Zhenkai narrowed his eyes. "Now the opportunity has come. Brother Lin, do you want to follow this and follow the example of the Nine Heavens Holy Land Master and make up for the regret in my heart?" "Of course." Lin Yuhao stood up, his heroic spirit reaching the clouds. "This continent gave birth to me and raised me, so how can I watch those outsiders act recklessly? In this world, you and I have the strongest cultivation. If you and I don't come out, who can raise this banner?" Yi Zhenkai slapped the table and stood up. "Since Brother Lin has decided, then this will risk his life to help." "Just the two of you?" A disdainful voice suddenly sounded. The high-spirited and hot-blooded Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhenkai seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water. Their expressions changed drastically as they turned their heads to look around and shouted, "Who's sneaking around?" As soon as they spoke, A young man suddenly appeared not far away. With a contemptuous smile on his face, he walked over step by step. He appeared without any warning, as if he had walked out of the void. Yi Zhengkai and Lin Yuhao stared straight at him and released their divine senses to probe the young man. In the next moment, the two brothers were aghast because they found that their divine senses had passed through the young man's body, like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest reaction. As for the young man, they couldn't sense the slightest energy fluctuation from him. He looked no different from an ordinary person. But the two knew that this young man was no ordinary person. This was definitely a sign that his cultivation was much higher than theirs. Are you the outsider who is wreaking havoc on the continent? Yi Zhengkai seemed to have thought of something and asked in a low voice. At the same time, he gave Lin Yuhao a meaningful look. Both of them quietly circulated their Saint Qi, ready to launch a desperate attack if anything went wrong. Kai Yang didn't pay any attention to them and directly walked past them. Sitting at the stone table, he waved his hand towards a young girl who was staring at him in a daze. Chuckling, he said, "Young lady, pour me a cup of tea. I just fought with someone and am very thirsty." The girl didn't move, as if she was still immersed in a great shock and hadn't recovered. In the eyes of these girls, Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai were almost omnipotent and the most powerful men in the world. But when Yang Kai appeared, the two men they worshipped and admired seemed to have encountered the god of plague. Beads of sweat oozed from their foreheads. The girl was quick-witted. How could she not know about Yang Kai's tyrannical strength? When she heard Yi Zhengkai's words just now, she gritted her teeth and said, "Bad guy, I won't let you drink the tea of the two young lords." Bad guy? Yang Kai was stunned. He pointed to his nose and said, "Do I look like a bad guy to you? You outsiders kill and enslave others. What are you if not bad guys?" The girl was ignorant and fearless. She didn't give Yang Kai any face at all. Not only her, but the dozen or so girls standing next to her were also glaring at Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable under the dozen murderous gazes. He touched his nose in embarrassment and said, "When did I say that I was an outsider? Based on your young lord's speculation? Do you trust him so much?" "Whatever young master says, there is nothing wrong with it." The young girl stuck out her chest. Her developing breasts looked swollen and quite interesting. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Yi Zhengkai, chuckling. Yi Zhengkai's face turned ugly. Fearing that he would anger Yang Kai, he quickly reprimanded, "Ling, don't be rude. Pour this friend a cup of tea." Hearing Yi Zhengkai's words, the girl named Ling reluctantly walked in front of Yang Kai, picked up the teapot on the table, filled a cup, and then angrily retreated. "Thanks," Yang Kai said, picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He smacked his lips and said, "Just as Poso?" The veins on Lin Yuhao's forehead throbbed as he said in a deep voice, "Do you know what kind of tea this is?" "I don't." Yang Kai shook his head. Lin Yuhao coldly snorted, "This is the white snow of the sun's horizon. It's hard to find in this world. Only 1 or 2 tales are produced in 100 years. It's also brewed with supreme true water. How dare you call it? Enough, enough." Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him. "It's tea, isn't it, for drinking? What's the point of talking so much? It'll be gone in one gulp." "You." Lin Yuhao was furious. Yi Zhengkai said, "Brother Lin, there's no need to lower yourself to his level. This person doesn't look like an elegant person." Lin Yuhao coldly snorted. "What's the use of being elegant?" Yang Kai sneered, "Can it be eaten? Can it kill people? The outside world is a mess. You two are so elegant, so why don't you use your elegance as a weapon to kill those bastards and return this continent to its former glory?" As soon as these words came out, both Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai looked embarrassed. Lin Yuhao stubbornly said, "There's no need for you to say that. Brother Yi and I are preparing to leave the mountain and teach those foreign thieves a lesson." "Forget it." Yang Kai laughed heartily. "With your strength, if the two of you really went there, they would be able to kill you with a single slap. How dare you humiliate us?" Lin Yuhao flew into a rage. He raised his hand and formed a strange seal, shouting angrily, No matter who you are, since you dare to humiliate me and Brother E, prepare to accept the punishment. Plucking flower finger. Chapter 1827. Both Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai were straightforward people. Being despised and humiliated by Yang Kai like this, they naturally couldn't bear it. Plucking flower finger was a supreme secret technique that Lin Yuhao had studied for many years. It was extremely powerful and could kill without spilling blood, which was most in line with his style. A flower made of spiritual energy flashed on his finger, and an invisible energy enveloped Yang Kai. Yi Zhengkai stood aside, not intending to join forces with Lin Yuhao. Instead, he stared at Yang Kai's movements. He had a hunch that Lin Yuhao's consummate skill was useless against Yang Kai because this young man seemed to be very strong. But even if it was useless, he could see the depth of the other party's strength through his reaction, so Yi Zhengkai watched very carefully. But in the next moment, his expression was completely stunned as he murmured, "How is this possible?" Yang Kai didn't even move his body. He just exhaled gently, and Lin Yuhao's plucking flower finger was directly broken. The petals scattered in midair, but they didn't even have the ability to touch Yang Kai's body. Lin Yuhao was also dumbfounded. He exchanged a glance with Yi Zhengkai, his heart turning cold. The other party broke his strongest secret technique so easily. It was obvious that his cultivation had reached a level that the two of them couldn't guess. If the difference in strength between them was too great, such a situation wouldn't have happened. Good secret technique, Yang Kai chuckled. Unfortunately, the caster's cultivation is too low, so it can't play much of a role. These words sounded like an insult, but Lin Yuhao showed a thoughtful look, not the slightest bit displeased. In a cultivator's cultivation, the one with the highest cultivation was first. Although Yang Kai looked young, since his strength was profound, he was naturally qualified to comment. After saying that, Yang Kai's face sank again. "You two hide here, make tea and discuss the Tao, and don't care about the world. You seem to be free and unrestrained, but are you really free and unrestrained?" Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai looked at each other in dismay, an awkward look appearing on their faces. Yang Kai sneered softly, "It would be fine if you were really free and easy. But I don't think you are. Since he wanted to live in seclusion, why should he care about the affairs of the world? Finding trouble for no reason is truly laughable. You can either truly live in seclusion in the mountains and forests. He would not come out until he died. Otherwise, he would fall into the mortal world. He had tasted all kinds of life. On the path of martial arts, all he wanted was to have a clear mind. If you guys keep worrying about personal gains and losses like this, you won't be able to achieve anything in your lifetime. I just want to have a clear mind and forge ahead." Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai's bodies shook as a thoughtful look appeared on their faces. Their expressions kept changing, sometimes at a loss, sometimes excited, as if they had fallen into some kind of comprehension. Yang Kai glanced at them and laughed. He waved to the girl called Ling and said, "Miss, pour me another cup. Don't be so stingy." Ling gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. She held the teapot in her arms and looked like she was ready to defend it to the death. Yang Kai pinched his nose in embarrassment. At this moment, Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. As the howl spread out, it stirred up the wind and clouds in the sky. In an instant, above 9 heavens holy land, wind and thunder rolled, and dark clouds as thick as a quilt pressed down. "Oh, they are breaking through?" Yang Kai looked at the sky in surprise. That was clearly the world baptism that a cultivator was about to welcome when they broke through a great realm. He didn't expect that these two guys, who had taken over the nest of a magpie, would break through their shackles because of his words. It seemed that these two were quite talented, but they were limited by the world energy situation of Tongxian realm, so they couldn't break through. As the howl fell, Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai both flew into the sky with dignified expressions. They spread out, ready to welcome the world energy baptism on their bodies. "What did you do to the two young lords?" Ling Er's beautiful face turned pale as she rushed to Yang Kai and asked loudly. The other girls also surrounded Yang Kai, surrounding him tightly. Their beautiful eyes were full of worry and anger. The worried ones were Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zheng Kai, while the angry ones were Yang Kai. It seemed that as long as Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zheng Kai had the slightest accident, they would beat Yang Kai to death. I didn't do anything to them, didn't you see it? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. I just said a few words to them, then how did they become like this? Ling was so anxious that she was about to cry. Don't worry, they will come down in a moment. After they come down, they will become stronger. Yang Kai explained patiently. Who would believe you, you bad guy? Sisters, let's beat him up first. In the crowd, a round-faced girl shouted angrily. As soon as she said this, more than a dozen girls raised their fists and rained punches on Yang Kai. Hey, where did he go? The next moment, Ling screamed. She was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who had been sitting on the chair, had disappeared. The girls' fists all hit the air. This person isn't a ghost, right? The round-faced girl's face turned green as she asked cautiously. As soon as she said this, more than a dozen girls' faces turned pale and their tender bodies trembled. Thinking that they had been with a ghost for so long, they all felt uneasy. On the main peak of one of the 9 peaks, Yang Kai sighed. These years, the little girl is really lawless. These girls didn't have high martial Dao cultivation, but their determination to protect Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zheng Kai wasn't small. It really made him feel helpless. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would really be beaten up. Yang Kai decisively escaped. In the sky, 2 figures stood high up in the air as the power of heaven and earth slammed down on them, causing them to let out earth-shattering screams. However, those screams contained unyielding willpower and excitement. After half a day, the phenomenon above 9 heavens' holy land gradually dissipated. Inside the pavilion, Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zheng Kai both appeared at the same time. They looked at each other and laughed knowingly. Although the 2 of them looked disheveled, they had already broken through to the Saint Realm and broken through to the Saint King Realm. 2 young lords, are you okay? Ling and the dozen girls hurried over and asked. We're fine. Hey, where's that friend? He cupped his fists and said, so it was Yang Shengzhu. Brother Lin and I had eyes but failed to see. We hope Yang Shengzhu can forgive us. Lin Yu Hao also said in horror, since Yang Shengzhu has returned, Brother Yi and I will leave 9 heavens holy land immediately. I hope Yang Shengzhu won't blame us for disturbing your precious land. Chapter 1828. Invading someone else's headquarters without permission was a very serious matter. Although 9 heavens holy land had been empty for many years, it didn't mean that it could be occupied at will. If Yang Kai pursued this matter, Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zheng Kai would die no matter how many lives they had. So, after learning about Yang Kai's identity, Lin Yu Hao immediately wanted to retreat. Why are you leaving? Don't go, Yang Kai chuckled. Lin Yu Hao's face changed as he said in panic, Yang Shengzhu, Brother Yi and I really didn't know you were still in Tongxian realm. We thought you had already, no need to explain. And I don't mean to trouble you. Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him, saying lightly, if you like it here, I will give you 9 heavens holy land. For us? This time, the 2 of them were really dumbfounded. They had no idea what kind of medicine Yang Kai was selling in his gourd. Yes, I will give it to you, Yang Kai nodded, but you have to do something for me. Lin Yu Hao was silent for a while before he asked carefully, what is it? Please explain in detail, Yang Shengzhu. It's nothing, don't be so nervous. Yang Kai smiled warmly, I just want you to watch over this place and not let outsiders come in at will. I will arrange a spirit array here. You just have to guard it well in the future. It's that simple? Yi Zheng Kai was surprised. It's that simple. Yang Kai nodded, of course, I won't force you. If you don't want to, then forget it. I will find someone else to guard this place. Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zheng Kai looked at each other. It was quite difficult for them to make up their minds. Although Yang Kai said it casually, they knew that the spirit array was very important. However, they also knew that this spirit array was absolutely important. If they couldn't protect it properly, wouldn't they be offending Yang Kai for no reason? With the strength Yang Kai had shown before, it wasn't a responsibility they could bear. The two exchanged glances and communicated with their divine senses for a long time, but still couldn't come to a conclusion. The two of you don't seem too willing. Since that's the case, then forget it. I'll just go outside and find some random people. It doesn't matter if they're weak. Just casually give away some secret treasures and spirit pills. Imparting some cultivation methods should be enough to protect this place. As Yang Kai spoke, he turned to leave. Wait! Lin Yuhao shouted with a solemn expression, Yang Shengzhu, please wait. My brother and I have already thought it through. Is that so? Yang Kai looked back at them. That's right. Yizheng Kai nodded. In the past, Yang Shengzhu commanded the experts of the three races. Fighting against the Bone race and defending the mainland was a great achievement. His name will be passed down for generations. Although my brother and I are weak, with Yang Shengzhu's guidance, we are no longer willing to drag out an ignoble existence. We want to contribute to the peace of the mainland. Although I don't know what kind of spirit array Holy Master Yang wants the two of us to guard, since it was arranged by Holy Master Yang, it must be related to the safety of Tongxian realm. Us two brothers are duty-bound to guard this matter, so I ask Holy Master Yang to hand it over to us. Lin Yuhao's voice was sonorous and powerful. Don't force yourself. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. I don't like to force others. Guarding the spirit array here is boring. Perhaps we'll have to keep guarding it for generations to come. What's so difficult about that? Yizheng Kai said proudly. Brother Lin and I don't like bustling places, we're both quiet and reserved. The Holy Land is a beautiful place with abundant world energy. It is a place the two of us have been painstakingly searching for. It is an honor to be able to stay here for a long time, so how could it be boring? Brother E is right, Lin Yuhao nodded seriously. Lin Yuhao nodded solemnly. This matter is of great importance. If Holy Master Yang has no suitable candidates, please consider us two brothers. But the two of you are a bit weak. Yang Kai stroked his chin, looking picky. The two of us are not that old, and we have already broken through to the Saint Realm. As long as we cultivate hard in our lifetime, we will gradually become stronger. Lin Yuhao looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Kai pondered for a while before sighing. Fine, since you insist, this holy master will entrust this important task to you. I hope you don't take it lightly and must guard this place well. Yang Shengzhu, rest assured, as long as we brothers are here, no outsider will be allowed to set foot in the Holy Land. If there is anyone who dares to break in, we will stop them even if it costs us 5 steps. Lin Yuhao shouted in a deep voice. Good, 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 it's good that you have such determination. Then, the Holy Land will be entrusted to you in the future. I hope you will pay more attention to it. Yizheng Kai and Lin Yuhao were overjoyed when they heard this. The former suddenly put on a smile and chuckled. Yang Shengzhu, you just said that you will bestow us with secret techniques and spirit pills. And secret techniques, cough cough. Lin Yuhao coughed in embarrassment. Let me find something suitable for you, Yang Kai said and rummaged through his space ring. He had a lot of things in his space ring, all of which were spoils of war he had looted after killing people. Naturally, there was no shortage of things suitable for Lin Yuhao and Yizheng Kai. After a while, Yang Kai found a few Saint King grade artifacts and many spirit pills. He also taught them 2 secret arts and several secret techniques and martial skills suitable for them. The two of them had never seen Saint King grade artifacts and spirit pills, let alone secret techniques and secret techniques that seemed tailor-made for them. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Although they pursued a free and unfettered life, they were also cultivators. Every cultivator yearned for a stronger and higher martial Tao. And Yang Kai seemed to have opened a new door in front of them. After rejoicing, Yizheng Kai suddenly seemed to think of something and said solemnly, By the way, Yang Shengzhu, a lot of things have happened in Tongxian realm in the past year. A group of foreign cultivators is causing chaos everywhere. I wonder if Yang Shengzhu is going to eliminate them? You don't have to worry about that. The leader has been killed, and my companions will clean up the rest of the fish. In a few days, peace will return to the continent, Yang Kai said lightly. Hearing him say it so casually, Lin Yu Hao and Yi Jing Kai were horrified. Although they didn't know how powerful those foreign cultivators were, they could tell from the extermination and enslavement of the forces that the cultivators of Tongxian realm couldn't resist. But now, in front of Yang Kai, they couldn't resist at all and would be wiped out in a few days. The two of them experienced Yang Kai's tyrannical strength in disguise. And you two have just broken through. If there is anything you don't understand about your current state, you can tell me, and I will explain it to you. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array. Since he wanted Lin Yu Hao and Yi Jing Kai to guard this place, the stronger they were, the better. Therefore, he intended to give them some pointers. Lin Yu Hao was shocked and immediately asked, I hope Yang Shengzhu can enlighten us. What realm are we in now? Although we feel that we have surpassed the Saint Realm, we are still a little confused. And the world energy in Tongxian Realm is thin, and the Saint Realm is the highest realm. It is natural that you don't understand it. The current realm you two are in is called the Saint King Realm, which is above the Saint Realm. Above the Saint Realm. Both of them were shocked. For the next half-day, Yang Kai systematically gave Lin Yu Hao and Yi Jing Kai the general knowledge of the division of realms in the martial Tao, and also explained to them the things they should pay attention to during their cultivation. The two nodded repeatedly as they learned a lot. Half a day later, Yang Kai asked them to retreat and consolidate their current realm while he began to look for a suitable place to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array. 10 days later, the cross-cultivation star space array in the Holy Land had taken shape. Yang Kai made the final adjustments and poured his Saint Qi into it. The array immediately started operating, glowing with white light and releasing rich space force. It can really connect to Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai was also very surprised. It seems that the space spirit crystals obtained from the severed world are really extraordinary. Originally, he wasn't confident that he could connect the cross-cultivation star space array here with the one in the palace on Azure Tree Star, but after he finished arranging it, he found that it was really successful. The two cross-cultivation star space arrays echoed each other and established a mysterious connection in the void. All of this was thanks to the pure space spirit crystals. If they hadn't been brought back from the severed world and had been found outside, it would have been impossible to achieve this. Is this a space array? Guizhu suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai like a ghost, staring at the array in front of him and clicking his tongue in wonder. It is a space array, Yang Kai nodded. In fact, Guizhu had arrived at Nine Heavens Holy Land a few days ago, but seeing how busy Yang Kai was, he didn't want to disturb him and only appeared now. After circling the space array a few times, Guizhu shook his head and said, It really is amazing. This old master is afraid he won't be able to figure out its mysteries even if he spends his entire life studying it. Serves this old master right for being trapped on the floating continent for 2,000 years. Where can this array transport him? Azure Tree Star. What? Guizhu was shocked. You mean Azure Tree Star? Sword Union's Azure Tree Star? This place is hundreds of millions of kilometers away from Azure Tree Star, but with this space array alone. Of course not. There is another space array there that is connected to it, Yang Kai explained briefly, but Guizhu still couldn't believe it. Even with his cultivation base, it would take him almost a year to fly over a distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers. But now, the two space arrays had reduced the distance to 0. What was the result of Elder's operation? Yang Kai looked at Guizhu and asked. They were all killed. Guizhu grinned meaningfully. We also seized an Origin-grade high-rank starship. This spirit-devouring sect is pretty good. Is that so? What about the spirit-devouring crystals? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Guizhu immediately became vigilant. What are you doing? Those are this elder's spoils of war. Even if you are the sect master, you can't ask for them like this. Don't make it sound so serious, elder. The energy in those spirit-devouring crystals originally belonged to this land, so they should be returned. Be good and give me the spirit-devouring crystals. They are not of much use to you. Although absorbing them can improve your strength, I'm afraid you don't want to see your foundation become unstable. Chapter 1829. After arguing with Guizhou for a long time, Yang Kai finally allowed him to return all the spirit-devouring crystals. The price was to ask his little senior sister to refine a few more Origin King grade spirit pills for him after returning to High Heaven Sect. How could Guizhou know that his little senior sister had Origin King grade herbs for alchemy? She didn't need to work as hard as an ordinary alchemist. If he knew, he would probably shout at Yang Kai for being so cunning and insidious. Guizhou brought back about 40 to 50 spirit-devouring crystals, but all of them were scattered by Yang Kai and turned into energy that returned to the world. Tongxian realm was now connected to the entire star territory and could constantly absorb the power of the stars. With a star master like Xia Ningchang, it would definitely prosper again in time. Afterward, Yang Kai called out Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhengkai, who were in retreat, and gave them a transmission token he had refined. He told them to take good care of Nine Heavens Holy Land in the future, and if there were any outsiders who wanted to harm Tongxian realm, they were to take the transmission token and enter the space array to report to Azure Tree Star. The two of them had just broken through to the Saint King realm, so their strength wasn't high. For this reason, Yang Kai deliberately left behind a blood beast, a 10th order steel flame ghost spider. Although the steel flame ghost spider's strength had decreased slightly after being refined into a blood beast, it was still an invincible existence under the Origin King realm. It could even contend with an Origin King. With the steel flame ghost spider guarding Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai could finally leave with peace of mind. On this trip to Shadowed Star, he arranged several cross-cultivation star space arrays along the way, thoroughly connecting Shadowed Star with his homeland. In the future, he could travel back and forth or to other cultivation stars. These were all extremely convenient things. This was just the beginning. Yang Kai's idea was to spread cross-cultivation star space arrays throughout the entire star territory, connecting every prosperous cultivation star. However, this kind of thing required a lot of time and effort, especially a lot of space spirit crystals. It couldn't be rushed. After arranging things on Tongxian realm, Yang Kai stepped onto the space array with Guizhou and poured his Saint Qi into it to activate it. Lin Yu Hao and Yi Zhengkai respectfully sent them off. Azure Tree Star. Twin Shark Island. In the palace of Yang Kai. In the deepest part of the palace, the sisters He Zhao and He Miao were sitting cross-legged facing each other. It was unknown what kind of profound cultivation technique the sisters were cultivating, but their palms were touching each other. Saint Qi converged. They circulated endlessly in each other's bodies. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth kept pouring into their acupoints. There was no wind in the main hall, but the two sisters' hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. At this moment, all of a sudden, a strange sound came from the super-long space array in the hall, and the array, which was still like an ancient well, glowed with white light. He Zhao and He Miao were instantly alarmed. They opened their beautiful eyes and stood up to look at the formation. Someone came from Shadowed Star again, He Zhao said thoughtfully. Since Yang Kai left with Luolan, there had been a steady stream of High Heaven Sect cultivators arriving from Shadowed Star. Every one of them was a peak third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, and there was even an Origin King realm master. The two sisters gradually realized the strength and heritage of High Heaven Sect and were proud to join such a sect. At this moment, seeing the spirit array being activated again, He Zhao immediately thought that someone from High Heaven Sect was coming. As soon as her voice fell, two vague figures appeared in the center of the array. As the array operated, the two figures gradually became clear. After the white light dissipated, Yang Kai and Guizhou appeared at the same time. "Ah, it's Big Brother Yang Kai," He Miao called out with joy. He Zhao knocked on her head and said reproachfully, "It's Sect Master." He Miao stuck out her tongue with an embarrassed expression on her face. The two sisters soon arrived in front of Yang Kai and bowed happily. "Greetings, Sect Master. Are you the ones on duty here?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before asking with a smile. Yes, Hizeo replied sweetly. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Kai nodded gently to her. It was not until this moment that Guizhu recovered from the long-distance teleportation and shook his head, a look of discomfort on his face as he said, "This feeling is really uncomfortable. I feel like I'm being swallowed by the void." Even someone as powerful as him would feel discomfort during this ultra-long distance teleportation. Those with lower cultivation than him would need to recover for a while before they could stabilize their aura after each teleportation. If not for the teleportation token specially refined by Yang Kai, anyone who stepped into the space array would be banished into the endless void, unable to find their way out for eternity. This is... Hizeo frowned as she looked at Guizhu. Guizhu's aura was evil and gloomy, giving her an extremely uncomfortable feeling. At first glance, she could tell he wasn't a good person, so she couldn't understand why Yang Kai was with such a person. Heh, are these two little girls your sect's disciples? Guizhu didn't wait for Yang Kai to explain and took the initiative to ask. And Hizeo, He Miao, and their master, Yushi, have been accepted into High Heaven sect by me. Yang Kai nodded, beckoning to Hizeo and He Miao as he said, "Come and greet our sect's Supreme Elder." Supreme Elder? Hizeo and He Miao were shocked, never having expected that this old man who exuded an evil aura from beginning to end would actually be their sect's Supreme Elder. However, since it was Yang Kai who said so, there was no way he would be wrong. Immediately restraining their thoughts, they bowed to Guizhu respectfully and called out in unison, "Disciples greet Supreme Elder." Ha! Guizhu let out a burst of deranged laughter, looking very smug as he tried to squeeze out a kind smile and raised his hand. "No need for formalities, these two little girls are very good. And, since this is the first time we are meeting, this old master will give you a greeting gift." Hizeo and He Miao did not expect that just greeting them would actually give them benefits, so after a moment of surprise, they both turned to look at Yang Kai, asking for his opinion. Yang Kai rubbed his nose awkwardly. "You seem to be quite angry now, completely different from before." Guizhu shouted angrily from the side, "Boy, it must be because you're too fond of romance and have neglected this master." As soon as he said this, Guizhu realized that something was wrong. His original intention was to curry favor with Yang Yan. How could he have known that his words were full of ambiguity? Sure enough, Yang Yan glanced over at him leisurely and immediately chuckled. Here we go again. Guizhu's complexion changed drastically, and in the next moment, his whole body stiffened in place as his eyes went blank. "Why bother? Ha!" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Guizhu had been frightened by Yang Yan's soul and was about to experience some nightmarish torture. "It's just a small punishment. What are you so worried about?" Yang Yan said lightly. "Moreover, this is not a bad thing for him. This isn't a bad thing for him. Do you think that just anyone can be suppressed by my divine sense? Since it's good for him, it's fine." Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stared at Yang Yan and said, "I always felt that after you woke up, you were different from before. Before, this was this queen's embodiment, but now, this is this queen's main body. How could it be the same?" Yang Yan's expression was indifferent, giving off a kind of indifference that made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable, so he suddenly lost interest in talking and simply sipped his tea silently. After a moment of silence, Yang Yan suddenly said, "Your cultivation progress is quite good. I didn't expect you to break through to the Origin King realm in such a short time. Perhaps with your ability, you can really protect this star territory." Yang Kai pointed to himself and laughed. I only want to protect my family and friends. This star territory is too big and has nothing to do with me. If you really think so, then you're wrong. Yang Yen looked at Yang Kai seriously. Do you know why I came to this star territory? Yang Kai frowned, faintly realizing that Yang Yen was about to reveal some secrets, but he still shook his head and said, You haven't told me, so how could I know? However, I guess it should be related to the Insect Emperor. In this star territory, for countless years, only the Insect Emperor could compare to Yang Yen. In the battle between the two, one's body was destroyed while the other fell into a deep slumber. Outside Shadowed Star, many stars were shattered, and even now, a rich emperor pressure still lingered in this star territory, showing just how fierce the battle was. When Yang Yen asked this question, Yang Kai immediately thought of the Insect Emperor. And me coming here is indeed related to the Insect Emperor, but do you know why the Insect Emperor came here? Yang Yen continued to ask. Yang Kai shook his head again. Right, that sealed world bead of yours is his. Yang Yen looked at Yang Kai with a smile, his face full of malice. I also have my own protector star territory, and I have been away from it for long enough. Now that I have awakened, I can't stay. In the future, the safety of this star territory can only depend on you. Since you have obtained that person's sealed world bead, you should inherit his mantle and become the protector of this star territory. On top of that, your family and friends are here, so you can't stay out of this, right? If you don't have the ability, one day you will call someone over to refine Shadowed Star and have no one to blame but yourself. If you want your family and friends to live in peace, work hard to cultivate, and when you reach my level of cultivation one day, you will be able to protect this star territory. After Yang Yen finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. The force that imprisoned Yang Kai had disappeared, but Yang Kai did not leave. Instead, he sat in place and frowned, seemingly digesting what Yang Yen had just said. The intense pain caused Lai Kong's fighting spirit to soar even higher as he gritted his teeth and, although his appearance was miserable, laughed loudly. This king's legs are gone, so how can you make me kneel? Maybe in your next life. The middle-aged man frowned as a slightly moved look appeared on his face. I didn't expect you to have such perseverance and backbone. Fine, I'll spare your life for now and slowly deal with you later. Saying so, he waved his hand and a bubble-like thing flew out and directly wrapped around Lai Kong. No matter how Lai Kong struggled, he could not escape from this bubble. Not far away, Sha Hu arrived with a group of masters from Sea Temple, but after witnessing the horrifying scene just now, everyone's hearts sank. The people of Sea Temple were well aware of Lai Kong's strength. After all, the two great forces had been competing on the limitless ocean for countless years, so it was not an exaggeration to say that they knew each other's background. Lai Kong had always been regarded as Sea Temple's #1 enemy and the most difficult to deal with. Even if Sha Hu took action personally, he was not confident he could kill Lai Kong on the sea. But now, the leader of the Sea Clan, the master of Sea God Palace, a character who could shake the heavens and shake the earth, was as laughable as a baby in front of a strange middle-aged man. Not only was he unable to resist, but his legs had also exploded. This made Sha Hu and the others grieve for the loss of their kind. Retreat! Sha Hu saw that something was wrong and quickly shouted, preparing to leave this place as soon as possible. The fact that this middle-aged man could easily capture Lai Kong was not something he could resist. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. The middle-aged man sneered. This senior just wants to absorb some of this world's source strength. If you had stayed here obediently, this senior wouldn't have bothered to make trouble with you, but since you are courting death, this senior doesn't mind sending you on your way." Saying so, he swung his palm in the direction of Sha Hu and the others. It was as if he was swatting a mosquito. The world energy in the surrounding area condensed at this moment, forming a huge palm print that fell down fiercely. An aura of death instantly filled the air, causing Sha Hu and the others to go pale as they all looked up at the giant hand that covered the sky, none of them able to summon the will to resist. Where did this guy come from? Sha Hu was on the verge of death, but he was still puzzled. This man was so strong, who could possibly deal with him? Shadowed Star had just experienced a tribulation, was it about to face another one? At this moment, the figure of Yang Kai suddenly appeared in his mind. Perhaps only that little brat could deal with this person. However, as soon as this idea appeared, Sha Hu immediately rejected it. That little brat was indeed strong, but compared with this person in front of him, there was still an insurmountable gap. The palm instantly descended above them, and some of the Sea Temple cultivators with lower cultivations burst apart before they could even touch it, dying tragically on the spot. Even someone like Sha Hu felt intense pain all over his body. Cracking sounds came from his body as countless bones broke. "Scatter!" A low shout suddenly rang out. It was just a single word, yet it seemed to contain the supreme grand Tao, and it had the shocking effect of having the words and actions follow the law. The world energy around them suddenly became chaotic, and the huge palm that was covering Sha Hu and the others dissipated with this shout. The sky was clear again, and Sha Hu and the others, having just survived this disaster, greedily felt the warmth of the sun as looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. Yang Inflammation did not speak and instead stood quietly in place, staring at Yang Kai quietly. After a long silence, she said, "I should go." "Return to the star boundary?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Yang Inflammation nodded. "I have my own guardian star territory, but haven't visited it for tens of thousands of years. I don't know how it is now or whether it has been invaded. Me staying here for so long was an accident." Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating he understood. If he wants to go to the star boundary, the 9-star Emperor tokens are the key. When I came here, I cut off the connection between this star territory and the star gate. Only the 9-star Emperor tokens can reopen it. If you want your family and friends to live a peaceful life, pursue a higher martial Tao. Otherwise, one day, someone like Wu Shengfeng will come and you won't be able to resist. As Yang Inflammation spoke, she gently flicked her finger and a fluorescent light flew towards Yang Kai like a firefly. "This is the method to open the channel. Whether you want to leave or stay is up to you." Yang Kai stood still, allowing the firefly light to enter his knowledge sea, and in the next moment he felt something appear in his mind. Yang Inflammation waved his hand again and Lin Yunnu, who was standing next to Yang Kai, let out a soft cry as she was drawn to Yang Inflammation's side. Yunnu's talent is extraordinary and is very suitable for the secret art inheritance of a friend of mine, so I will take her with me. Yang Inflammation took a deep look at Yang Kai before his figure flickered and disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision. "I hope to see you again in the star boundary." Yang Inflammation's voice rang out from the sky. Yang Kai opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he just let out a sigh and stood there in a daze. The limitless ocean regained its calm again. After a long time, Sha Hu and Lai Kong cautiously flew to Yang Kai's side, the former constantly looking around and asking in a trembling voice, "Yang Kai, that senior she, don't ask, and don't think too much, I have nothing to say." Yang Kai waved his hand. Sha Hu nodded, knowing that he had asked something he shouldn't have. Yang Kai glanced at Lai Kong and said, Palace Master Lai Kong, if you have time, go to High Heaven Sect and ask my little senior sister to refine a yellow heaven pill for you. That thing should be able to regrow your severed limbs. Lai Kong's eyes bulged as he was overjoyed and bowed deeply. Many thanks, Star Master. Lai Kong is eternally grateful. From now on, Sea God Palace will follow Star Master's lead. Before this, he didn't know that Yang Kai was the Star Master, but now that he learned that Yang Kai was Shadowed Star's Star Master and had been promised a yellow heaven pill, Lai Kong didn't dare to show any neglect and quickly pledged his loyalty. Sha Hu's expression changed slightly before he quickly cupped his fists and said, "My Sea Temple will also do the same. In the future, if Star Master has any instructions for us, Master, Sea Temple will do our best to help." Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded lightly, no longer in the mood to talk to them, instead closing his eyes and quietly perceiving his surroundings. He could feel that Yang Yen and Lin Yun were gradually leaving Shadowed Star. He didn't know where they were going, but Yang Kai knew that their final destination was the mysterious star boundary. After a stick of incense worth of time, the auras of Yang Yen and Lin Yun completely disappeared from Yang Kai's perception, leaving Shadowed Star and entering the vast territory of the star boundary. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai waved to Sha Hu and Lai Kong dispiritedly before his figure flickered and disappeared. After a few leaps, Yang Kai returned to First Heavenly Palace in High Heaven Sect and entered retreat. Although he knew that the Origin King realm was not the peak of the martial Dao before, he didn't think too much about it, but the emergence of Wu Shengfeng made Yang Kai feel a sense of crisis. After sitting in meditation for a month, recalling the pressure Wu Shengfeng put on him, he finally made a breakthrough. Just as he had said to Lin Yu Hao and Yizheng Kai in Nine Heavens Holy Land, a cultivator's path was one that allowed them to forge ahead. After figuring out the problems that had been lingering in his mind, Yang Kai's realm naturally improved. "Everyone, please go back, everything is fine now." Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly to the crowd before they slowly dispersed. "Two elders, please wait, I have something to discuss with you," Yang Kai called out again. Gui Zhu and Yi Shiyun paused and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. After everyone left, Yi Shiyun asked, "What instructions does Sect Master have for us?" "I have something here, take a look," Yang Kai said as he stretched out his hands towards Yi Shiyun and Gui Zhu. The two of them nodded thoughtfully but did not try to dodge or resist, instead allowing Yang Kai to reach out and touch their heads. The next moment, a stream of information was transmitted to their knowledge seas and Gui Zhu and Yi Shiyun closed their eyes to investigate. A moment later, Gui Zhu's body shook and his eyes flew open. Star boundary? There is a star boundary above the star territory? Is that senior really one of the great emperors of Star Field? It wasn't until this moment that Gui Zhu understood that Yang Inflammation was really one of the legendary great emperors, because the information Yang Kai gave him had clearly stated so. Yi Shiyun, on the other hand, was not too shocked. After all, she had long known the identity of Yang Inflammation. Instead, she frowned and said, "Sect Master, according to the method left by Master, if one wants to go to the star boundary, one must collect 9 Star Emperor tokens and have 6 third-order Origin Kings pour their strength into them in order to stimulate the power of the stars and open the star door. Are you planning to go to the star boundary?" Yang Kai nodded, "Indeed." "Is it because of the Guardian Master mentioned?" Yi Shiyun asked. "That's not the entire reason." Yang Kai shook his head, a look of contemplation appearing on his face. "It's just that as a cultivator, you have embarked on this path. Don't you yearn for a higher martial Dao?" Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes lit up with a strange light as she nodded heavily. "That's right." Yang Kai grinned. "Being satisfied with the status quo will only lead to stagnant progress. If I had stayed, I would have been able to cultivate to the third-order Origin King realm sooner or later, standing at the peak of this star territory, but so what? Any random master like Wu Shengfeng would be able to trample me under his feet." If Yang Kai was so easily satisfied, he would have stayed in the central capital, in Tongxian realm, and there would be no high heaven sect today. But the conditions for opening the star door are so harsh, how can you satisfy them? Guizhou frowned. Not to mention the 9-star emperor tokens with your ability, it is very likely you can collect all of them, but 6 third-order origin kings. Where are you going to find them? In the entire star territory, there are no more than 6 third-order origin kings, and even if there are, they are all reclusive and untraceable. Where there's a will, there's a way. Yang Kai grinned and patted Guizhou on the shoulder. Elder, I've included you. Guizhou was shocked and quickly waved his hand. This old master knows himself best. Although it is not impossible for me to break through to the third-order origin king realm in this lifetime, I don't know when that will happen. Chapter 1840. Is it funny? The city gate guard also looked at Yang Kai with a smile. You're not joking, are you? Yang Kai squinted at him and found that the other party was looking back at him fearlessly. 5,000, 10,000, this number of Saint Crystals was nothing in Yang Kai's eyes. He had a huge backer like High Heaven Sect and often killed people for their possessions, so even if he didn't have hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals in his space ring, he had at least 100 million. But the other party's insatiable greed made Yang Kai unhappy. Do you think I'm joking with you? Boy, are you also a spy sent by an enemy force to my Purple Star City? The gate guard coldly snorted, clapping his hand lightly as he stared at Yang Kai in a leisurely manner, his eyes filled with a strong sense of threat. As soon as this remark came out, the cultivator waiting in line to enter the city all paled. They had all witnessed the fate of the middle-aged man before, and it had only been half a cup of tea's worth of time. Now, this seemingly well-dressed young man was going to follow in that man's footsteps? Suddenly, everyone's eyes filled with pity as they turned to look at Yang Kai. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Just as Yang Kai was feeling annoyed and was about to make a scene, a person suddenly appeared behind him. This person gently pushed Yang Kai aside before standing in front of the city gate guard and saying with a smile, "Master, you must be joking. Naturally, he can't be a spy. He is a member of our 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce and has come with me to handle this matter." As soon as the statement came out, the city gate guard was stunned, and even Yang Kai was stunned. He frowned as he glanced at the person standing in front of him and found that the other party was actually a woman. Because her back was facing him, he couldn't see her face clearly. However, her jet black hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her slender and fair neck. She was wearing a decent long dress that outlined her slender waist and round buttocks, causing one's imagination to run wild. At this time, someone was actually willing to stand up for him? Yang Kai felt a little strange, but his impression of this woman had improved. Guild leader! Cries of surprise rang out from behind him. It was mixed with a frantic tone. One of them even rushed forward and said, "Shut up." The woman turned her head and glared at the person who spoke. This woman seemed to have a lot of prestige among this group of people. That person immediately fell silent. However, he glared at Yang Kai. The other women's companions also had ugly expressions. "Milord, look at this. Our 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce often comes to Purple Star City to trade some goods, so how could we be some inexplicable spy? This child is not sensible, so if he has offended Master in any way, Serene Dream will apologize to you here. I hope this Master can forgive me." Saying so, she took out a bag from her space ring and placed it in the guard's hand. Yang Kai couldn't help but rub his nose. The guard pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up and he grinned. 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce? I have also heard that the president of your Chamber of Commerce is called Hua Yumeng. Could you be her? The woman smiled lightly and said, "I did not expect that such a trivial name would enter the ears of this master. This mistress is truly honored." The guard looked at Hua Yumeng with shining eyes and a lewd grin appeared on his face. Since President Hua has come forward and paid enough Saint Crystals, it is not impossible to accommodate. Many thanks, Master. Hua Yumeng was overjoyed. It simply passed through the other party's body like a stone sinking into the sea. This discovery startled Bai Zhengchu as he realized that the other party's strength was not low. After all, this person was able to injure Deacon Min with a single move, so if he was weak, he could not have done so. As such, Bai Zhengchu did not dare to act too presumptuously and quickly took back his divine sense. However, this was Purple Star City, and as the vice commander, he was used to acting arrogant and domineering, so he did not put Yang Kai in his eyes. Instead, he shouted, "Your Excellency, who are you? Daring to injure people in Purple Star City? Quickly show yourself." As soon as his voice fell, there was no movement from the room. Bai Zhengchu's face suddenly became somewhat ugly as he sneered and said, "Friend, if you know what's good for you, come out yourself. I don't care where you come from or what your cultivation is. Anyone who dares to act presumptuously in Purple Star City will not have a good end. If you cooperate obediently, you may have a chance to live, otherwise." Bai Zhengchu waited for a while with a sullen face, but still did not receive a reply. He could not help becoming angry out of shame and angrily shouted, "Acting all mysterious, just wait until this vice commander throws you into the frozen prison. Let's see if you can still act so arrogantly then." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the 5 or 6 cultivator next to him and said, "Go in and grab him." The 5 or 6 cultivator were not fools and knew that the person inside the room was not someone to be trifled with, but since Bai Zhengchu had issued an order, they did not dare disobey and could only grit their teeth and rush in. Everyone thought that there would be some kind of movement inside, or at least some sounds of fighting, but to everyone's surprise, after the 5 or 6 cultivators entered the room, it was as if they had disappeared into thin air, not making the slightest sound. If it were not for their vitality and aura, everyone would have thought that they had disappeared. Bai Zhengchu's face became even more solemn. The people from 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce also looked at each other, not knowing what had happened inside. At that moment, several figures flew out from inside and fell to the ground one by one, motionless. It was none other than the few cultivator who had just rushed in. Each of them had a serene look on their faces, as if they had just fallen asleep. On the surface, they did not seem to have suffered any injuries, and one of them even had a smile on his face, as if he was dreaming of something good. C. Bai Zhengchu sucked in a breath of cold air. These cultivator were all Origin Returning Realm Masters, and although they were only First Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, they were not people who could be casually controlled. Even if Bai Zhengchu took action personally, it would be impossible for him to control them to this extent. Who are these people inside this room? Bai Zhengchu's heart pounded. However, as one of the 8 vice commanders of Purple Star City, he could not show weakness in this situation. His expression changed for a while before he shouted, "Follow me." If he couldn't take down this troublemaker today, he wouldn't be able to maintain his position as vice commander. At this moment he could only secretly pray that the other party was not an Origin King, otherwise they would have no chance of winning. A group of people rushed into the room. This time, it was no longer silent as the sounds of fighting and screams immediately rang out. Immediately afterward, One cultivator after another flew out of the room and fell to the ground, howling miserably. In the blink of an eye, all the people who had rushed in were thrown out, leaving only Bai Zhengchu inside, but from his screams, it was clear that he was in a very bad situation. Chapter 1844. It was unknown when that person had arrived here, but it was as if he had always been there. This person was wearing a precious armor that was emitting strong fluctuations. He carried a long spear on his shoulder and a jade crown on his head. He looked majestic, just like a great general who was unhindered on the battlefield and looked disdainfully at all directions. The aura exuding from his body made everyone feel suffocated. This man had suppressed the group of people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce with just his aura alone, even causing them some internal injuries. However, his attention was not focused on Gao Hong and the others but instead on the room where Yang Kai was located. Origin King Realm. Gao Hong's beautiful face turned pale as she exclaimed. The other party's aura was not concealed and was clearly an Origin King. This discovery made her heart sink as she realized that the Chamber of Commerce was probably doomed this time. Ah! A scream rang out as Bai Zhengchu flew out of the room like a ragged sack, his face swollen and bruised, looking even worse than Xia Jingwu and Yao Qing. His face was swollen like a pig's head, making him look quite comical. You piece of trash, how dare you disturb this king's cultivation? You deserve to die. Yang Kai's dissatisfied and arrogant voice came from inside the room. Although Bai Zhengchu had been beaten miserably, his life was not in any danger. After hearing Yang Kai's words, Bai Zhengchu shuddered and hurriedly got up from the ground, but just as he was about to flee, a cold snort came from the sky. Bai Zhengchu stiffened and looked up, just in time to see the general-looking cultivator glaring at him coldly with a dissatisfied look on his face. Bai Zhengchu's expression changed drastically, but soon became overjoyed as he rushed over to this man and shouted, "Commander Master, this lowly one greets Commander Master. This lowly one asks Commander Master to uphold justice for this lowly one. There is a bastard in this room who dared to injure people at the city gate." This lowly one heard the news and wanted to teach him a lesson, but not only did he refuse to cooperate, he even attacked again. This lowly one is not your opponent. This lowly one asks Master to uphold the name of my Purple Star City. Understood. The general-looking cultivator coldly snorted and waved his hand. All of you withdraw. This person is an Origin King. Naturally, you are not his opponent. Origin King. Bai Zhengchu bit his tongue as a look of horror filled his face. Although he had already guessed this, when he heard the Commander Master say it himself, he still felt a lingering fear. He had just exchanged blows with an Origin King. Furthermore, he was able to escape unscathed and didn't perish. Thinking so, he could not help feeling a little smug. Hua Yang's a Origin King's Origin King of Five's eyes. He doesn't look that old, does he? She remembered that she had stood up for him at the city gate. Hua Yumeng could not help blushing slightly. She was already an Origin King Realm Master. To think that she had eyes but failed to see and spoke up for him, standing up for him, if he hadn't intervened at that time. With his cultivation, the city gate guards and Deacon Min might not have dared to provoke him. After all, an Origin King was a powerful master no matter where they went. Purple Star would not offend one for nothing. On the contrary, because she had overestimated herself, things had become more troublesome. Considering all this, Hua Yumeng was embarrassed. On the other hand, Gao Hong looked towards the room with excitement and expectation. She knew that whether the Chamber of Commerce could escape this calamity this time would depend on whether the methods of the person in the room were strong enough. The inside of the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop outside. There was no sound of fighting, not even the sound of argument. The atmosphere was quite strange, and the heavy atmosphere made it so that everyone could almost hear their own heartbeats. Bai Zhengchu even perked up his ears and listened carefully, trying to hear what was going on. The people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce all looked at each other blankly, somewhat unable to understand the current situation. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the door was opened again. Lu Tianfeng stepped out with a dignified expression, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he turned around and carefully closed the door again, bowing at the same time. Since that's the case, sir, please rest early. This one will come to visit sir tomorrow. No need, this king prefers some peace and quiet. Yang Kai's voice came from inside the room. Yes. Lu Tianfeng replied respectfully. Good, you can withdraw for now. By the way, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's backyard was destroyed by your subordinates. Master may rest assured, this one will give you a satisfactory explanation, Lu Tianfeng quickly said. They were also injured, this one will deal with them seriously. Very good. No more sounds came from inside the room as Lu Tianfeng turned around with a solemn expression. Everyone's jaws dropped as a look of disbelief filled their faces. What kind of situation is this? The famous guard commander Lu Tianfeng of Purple Star City, the master of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, was actually so respectful and obedient to the person inside the room. Just what was this person's background? The people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce could barely think straight. The burly bald man, Yao Qing, rubbed his eyes desperately, wondering if he was hallucinating because of his injuries. Commander! Lord Commander! Bai Zhengchu hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Lu Tianfeng stared at him coldly, causing Bai Zhengchu's head to shrink as he realized that the situation was not good. I'll deal with you later. Lu Tianfeng grit his teeth and coldly snorted. Bai Zhengchu's head buzzed as he was completely stunned. Dare I ask, who is in charge of this place? Lu Tianfeng turned around and put on an amiable smile as he cupped his fists towards Gao Hong and the others, his smile faintly filled with flattery. Everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce felt like their heads were about to explode as all of them froze in place, unable to react. It wasn't until Lu Tianfeng patiently asked again that Gao Hong's tender body shook and she put down Hua Yumeng, who had been holding her in her arms, and allowed the latter to lean on her shoulder. This is our Chamber of Commerce's president. What advice does Commander Lu have for us? Master wouldn't dare. Lu Tianfeng rubbed his hands, the long spear artifact he had been holding in his hand being withdrawn at some point. Looking at Hua Yumeng with a smile, he asked in a low voice, Dare I ask how I should address this lady? Hua Yumeng replied softly, This mistress is Hua Yumeng. Commander Master can call me by my name. Please forgive this mistress, but this mistress is currently unable to salute you properly. So it is President Hua. I have long heard of your great name. Lu Tianfeng had a surprised expression on his face, as if he had really heard of Hua Yumeng's name, causing the latter to feel dizzy. Lu Tianfeng, however, did not notice this at all and continued to smile. President Hua's, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Bai Zhengchu quickly reminded from the side. This Lu has also heard a lot about President Hua's Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Honest business, honest to all, truly a model for all chambers of commerce. These are their compensation for your treatment. Master Lu. Hua Yumeng was completely dumbfounded. Facing this dazzling array of space rings, she didn't know whether to accept them or not, so she was at a loss for what to do. President Hua, please don't refuse. Lu Tianfeng's expression was dignified as he looked at Hua Yumeng pleadingly. The person in the room was still watching him, so if this matter wasn't handled properly, he would likely lose his position as guard commander. Xia Jingwu stepped forward at this moment, chuckled, and cupped his fists to Lu Tianfeng. Since Commander Lu is personally upholding justice, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce will naturally cooperate fully. Many thanks, Commander Lu. Commander Master's righteousness is truly admirable. Good. Lu Tianfeng took the opportunity to shove a handful of space rings into Hua Yumeng's hands before quietly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that this matter was finally over. Although it wasn't perfect, he had at least made his position clear. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and go to Frozen Prison to receive your punishment. Lu Tianfeng yelled at Bai Zhengchu and the others. Yes, yes. Bai Zhengchu and the others scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing from this hellish place that made them tremble in fear. After all his subordinates disappeared, Lu Tianfeng turned around, cupped his fists towards the room, and said with a smile, Master, are you satisfied with this matter? Soon, Yang Kai's voice came from inside the room. Commander Lu must be joking. Maintaining the peace of the city, rewarding the good and punishing the evil is the responsibility of a commander. What does this have to do with this king? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the other party would not pursue today's matter. Bowing slightly, he said, Master's teachings are correct. Then this Lu will take his leave. Have a good rest, Master. After saying so, he nodded to Hua Yumeng and the others in a friendly manner before walking out. Hua Yumeng, Gao Hong, Xia Jingwu, Yao Qing, Hai Tang, and the others still stood in place stupidly, each of their expressions extremely strange. Recalling what had just happened in front of them, all of them felt unreal, as if they were in a dream. After a long time, Hua Yumeng let out a muffled snort and spat out a breath that was mixed with a wisp of pink mist. It was Hua Yuqi-lin who had been forced out of her body. President, are you all right? Gao Hong looked at her quickly and asked. Hua Yumeng shook her head. In the conflict with Bai Zhengchu and the others just now, she had been the safest. The others had all suffered varying degrees of injuries. President, we should now. Gao Hong glanced in the direction of Yang Kai. Hua Yumeng slowly shook her head and said, Uncle Xia, go close the door of the shop and close it for the next 5 days. Let the brothers rest for a few days. As for my identity, it's not convenient for me to say too much. I hope President Hua can understand. Hua Yumeng said, Sir must have some unspeakable difficulties. That's right. However, you don't need to worry too much about it. My identity yesterday can't be real, so just treat me as an ordinary origin king. Hua Yumeng frowned, a little confused, but seeing Yang Kai's sincere look, she didn't think too much about it. After all, with his strength, there was no reason for him to deceive her, so she simply said seriously, This mistress has misunderstood Master. I hope Master won't take offense. Don't call me Master, I'm not used to it. I just want President Hua to know that I have no other intentions in coming here. It was just a coincidence and have no ulterior motives towards your Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai looked at Hua Yumeng sincerely. This mistress believes you. Seeing him so sincere, Hua Yumeng naturally believed him and hesitated. But if I don't call you Master, how should this mistress call you? Senior? Yang Kai lightly coughed. Just a name is fine. This mistress wouldn't dare. Hua Yumeng waved her hands quickly. Forget it, do as you wish. Yang Kai didn't want to be entangled in this issue any longer, so he stretched out his hand and pushed the fruit platter back, saying, This exquisite jade blood fruit is of no use to me, it's just a refreshing taste, but President Hua, if you eat it, it will help you refine your Saint Qi, so take it back. Hua Yumeng's face lit up as she looked at Yang Kai gratefully and said, Many thanks, Master. This platter of spirit fruits was something she had purchased at a high price and was extremely rare. If it weren't for her scruples about Yang Kai's identity and strength, Hua Yumeng would never have done this. She was a diligent president, so there was no way she would be so wasteful. Someone is looking for you outside. Yang Kai's expression changed as he glanced outside. Hua Yumeng looked back and found that there was no one outside the door. Just as she was about to ask, she suddenly saw a figure hurrying over. It was Gao Hong. There was a look of pleasant surprise on Gao Hong's face, as if something good had happened. Master, please wait a moment, this mistress will be back soon, Hua Yumeng said before quickly retreating. Outside, as soon as she met with Gao Hong, the two women whispered something to each other. A moment later, Hua Yumeng looked surprised and asked anxiously, Really? Gao Hong nodded seriously. Hua Yumeng was pleasantly surprised and said, Come out with me to have a look. Saying so, she hurriedly walked out. A moment later, inside Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Hua Yumeng appeared neatly dressed. At this moment, Xia Jingwu was inside the shop. Haitang, Yao Qing, and the others were all waiting quietly. Other than them, there was also a group of warriors in armor. Under the leadership of a white-faced man, they were standing in the shop, waiting solemnly. The other guards also went pale, as if the gifts prepared by Xia Jingwu were some kind of scourge that they could not avoid. Chu Zheng stood in place anxiously, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he glanced in the direction of the Chamber of Commerce's backyard from time to time. After a while, he heard a voice in his ear. "Good, go back and tell Lu Tianfeng that he has handled this matter very well. This king is very satisfied." Chu Zheng felt as if he had been granted amnesty and cupped his fists in that direction, bowing, "Many thanks, master." Saying so, he quickly retreated and said to Hua Yumeng, "This one will take his leave. President Hua, please wait a moment." As soon as his voice fell, he had already fled, leaving only his back visible in the distance. Chapter 1847. Inside Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, a group of people looked at each other, still in shock and confusion, but more than that, they were pleasantly surprised. "President, do these land deeds really cover all the shops on Soaring Dragon Avenue?" Gao Hong asked in a trembling voice. If this was the case, then the value of this box of land deeds was simply immeasurable. Under the leadership of Hua Yumeng, the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce had worked hard for more than 20 years to buy a small shop on Soaring Dragon Avenue. Moreover, they did not own it, only operating it for 30 years. Not only did they have to pay a lot of rent every year, but once the time was up, Purple Star City would take it back. But now, an entire box of more than 30 land deeds was in Hua Yumeng's hands. This meant that there were more than 30 shops, and all of them were connected together across the entire street. Any merchant could see huge benefits from this. Gao Hong and the others were so happy they almost fainted. Hua Yumeng also trembled as she checked the box again, looked up at the people who had been paying attention to her, and said bitterly, "It's real, ha! Now our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce can't not develop." Yao Qing patted his bald head vigorously, seemingly unable to calm down because of his excitement, his eyes flashing a terrifying light as he imagined the future. "I've been unhappy with the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce next door for a long time, always viciously competing with us. Let's see what they'll use to fight us now. I'll sweep them out the door. Alright, there's also that Treasure Pill Hall. When I went there with Haitang last time, those bastards from Treasure Pill Hall actually looked down on us. Kicking us out was really infuriating. Now that the land deeds of Treasure Pill Hall are in our hands, I want to see if they still dare to kick us out. Haitang, come with me later to teach them a lesson." Haitang stood next to him and nodded vigorously, obviously holding a grudge over the last incident. Despicable people become rampant. Xia Jingwu glared at Yao Qing, who smiled awkwardly and scratched his head awkwardly. However, he did not dare to refute. In Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Hua Yumeng's prestige was the highest, followed by Xia Jingwu as the Chamber of Commerce's think tank. Sometimes his words were more effective than Hua Yumeng's. "Uncle Xia, what do you think?" Hua Yumeng finally recovered from the huge shock. He hesitantly looked at Xia Jingwu. The latter stroked his beard. He didn't look too excited. Instead, he was frowning. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai whispered to Hua Yumeng, "President, the key to this matter is still there." He gestured towards the inside of the room and continued, "Whether it was the attitude and compensation of Commander Lu and the others yesterday, or the land deeds today, none of this is the result of our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's ability. Since the key is not us, President might as well chat with the key people, perhaps you can learn something." Hua Yumeng thought about it for a moment before gently nodding and saying, "Don't make a fuss about what happened today. The Chamber of Commerce will still be closed today. Everyone go about your business." With that said, he hurriedly made his way to the backyard. After a while, she returned to the room where Yang Kai was. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, obviously already aware of what had happened outside. Hua Yumeng didn't beat around the bush and directly took out the jade box and placed it on the table in front of Yang Kai. Master, this thing is too precious for my 5 paths Chamber of Commerce to enjoy. If we insist on keeping it, I'm afraid it will only cause unnecessary trouble, so I ask Master to deal with it. Chapter 1849. Inside Clear Sky Auction House, the hall was spacious and bright, bustling with people coming and going. As soon as Yang Kai entered with Hua Yumeng, a young girl greeted them with a smile, bowed respectfully, and softly said, "Greetings, Master. May I ask if the two Master have come to Clear Sky Auction House to reserve a seat for a few days from now or to submit an item for auction? Or do you have other important matters to attend to?" Yang Kai glanced at her. Under his powerful divine sense, this young girl's cultivation was immediately revealed. She was a first-order Saint King cultivator, and although her strength was not very high, it was not low either. Serving as a maidservant in this hall was a display of Clear Sky Auction House's grandeur. Throughout the hall, there were at least 80 people like this young girl. "We are here to submit an item for auction." Hua Yumeng restored her usual calmness and smiled lightly. "May I ask how?" "So you're here to submit an item for auction." The young girl smiled sweetly. "It's like this, Master. Our auction house does not accept items worth less than 1,000,000 Saint crystals. If the value of the item, Master, is more than 1,000,000 Saint crystals, the requirements will be met. As for items worth more than 1,000,000 Saint crystals and less than 5,000,000 Saint crystals, this servant can handle them. If the value is more than 5,000,000 Saint crystals and less than 50,000,000 Saint crystals, this servant will not have this privilege and will need the help of other stewards." "What if it exceeds 50,000,000 Saint crystals?" Hua Yumeng asked in a low voice. Although Hua Yumeng did not know the exact value of the more than 30 land deeds, it was definitely more than 50,000,000 Saint crystals. The young girl's face changed slightly, but soon she smiled like a flower. "If that's the case, Steward of Clear Sky Auction House will personally handle this. Manager Lee of our auction house will personally receive you. Sirs, this way please." She also understood that the value of the items these two Master wanted to auction was not something she and her steward could handle, so without hesitation, she led the two into the interior of the auction house. Her heart was also filled with joy. After all, in her line of work, if she really managed to close a deal with a guest, she would be rewarded handsomely. From beginning to end, Yang Kai did not say a single word and simply stood quietly behind Hua Yumeng like a guard, making the young girl feel that Hua Yumeng's background was not simple. She did not dare show the slightest neglect. Through the bustling hall, the three of them arrived at an extremely quiet courtyard. It was as if they had entered another world. The noise of the outside world instantly disappeared and was replaced by a small bridge and flowing water. The sound of stringed and woodwind instruments rang out. He couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy. After walking for a while on the winding gravel road, Zhang Ruiqiang and Zhang Ruiqiang finally stopped. The trio soon arrived in front of an oval-shaped arched door. The young woman took out a communication artifact from her space ring and poured her divine sense into it. A short while later, there was a flash of light on the arched door, which was a sign that the restriction had been lifted. The young girl then turned around and respectfully said, "Master, please come in. Someone will receive you. This servant will take her leave for now." With that, she turned around and left. Hua Yumeng and Yang Kai exchanged a glance before stepping through the arch and entering the courtyard. A woman who looked to be in her 40s walked towards them. She bowed and said, "Are the two guests here to auction something?" Hua Yumeng nodded and replied, Without even mentioning that Clear Sky Auction House is a powerful force in Purple Star City, with this madam's protection, Manager Li shouldn't be afraid, right? Saying so, Yang Kai looked at the woman with a smile. The woman's face changed slightly as she whispered, "Your Excellency's strength is indeed profound. Not only did you manage to hide from this mistress' perception, you were also able to see through this mistress' depths. This mistress admires you greatly." Good. Yang Kai smiled lightly. When he first saw this woman, he noticed that she was a first-order origin king, but she seemed to have cultivated some kind of concealment technique, so he could not see any signs of an origin king from her. Only those whose cultivation surpassed hers would be able to see through her. Yang Kai was now a second-order origin king, and his divine sense was extremely powerful, comparable to that of a third-order master, so this woman's strength could not be hidden from him. For an auction house to have an origin king realm master, it seemed Clear Sky Auction House had quite the background. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became inexplicably dignified. Manager Li chuckled, "Let's not pay attention to these minor details. I think everyone here has their own difficulties, so let's get down to business." With her interruption, the atmosphere immediately softened. "And this mistress is Li Nua. May I ask what two guests have come here to auction?" After Li Nua introduced herself, she turned to Hua Yumeng and asked. "It's this," Hua Yumeng said as she took out the box containing the land deeds and placed it in front of Li Nua. Li Nua took the box suspiciously and examined it carefully, quickly discovering that although this box was precious, it was not a priceless treasure, so she immediately understood that it was just a box for storing things. Opening the box, the land deeds inside came into view. Li Nua took them out and her beautiful eyes shrank as she exclaimed, "These are..." The woman's eyes swept over and she was also shocked. Land deeds? Could these be land deeds for Purple Star City? They are all land deeds for Purple Star City. Li Nua carefully checked them one by one, the expression on her face becoming more and more dignified. "There are so many of them, and they're all on the same street." Hua Yumeng smiled slightly. "These land deeds include the entire Soaring Dragon Avenue." Li Nua's tender body trembled. Even though she was used to seeing great winds and waves and had handled countless precious objects, she could not help being taken aback at this moment. Purple Star City's land deeds, one that included all the land deeds on the entire Soaring Dragon Avenue. Such a thing alone was already extremely valuable, not to mention all of them together. The value of these land deeds would at least double. Suddenly, Li Nua seemed to think of something and looked at Hua Yumeng in amazement. "Elder sister, are you from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce?" Hua Yumeng asked in surprise. "Manager Li has also heard of our Five Paths Chamber of Commerce?" She was quite surprised. After all, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was not a great force in Purple Star City. There were at least 8,000 existences like Five Paths Chamber of Commerce that struggled at the bottom of society. Clear Sky Auction House's strength was extraordinary, so how could it have heard of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce? "I've never heard of it before, but only recently." Li Nua glanced over at Yang Kai meaningfully and said, "I heard that someone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was bold enough to beat up Deacon Min and a guard captain at the city gate, but not only did they emerge unscathed, Commander Lu Tianfeng even personally came to apologize to Master. As soon as Elder Sister took out these land deeds, Junior Sister knew that they were Commander Lu's apology." Chapter 1850. Is Elder Sister sure you want to auction off all these land deeds? Li Nua was a businesswoman, so now that business had come knocking on her door, she did not consider anything else and quickly entered the mood to ask Hua Yumeng. "And all of them?" Hua Yumeng nodded. Although she already had her own plans, these things were only available to her because of Yang Kai's existence. Since Yang Kai suggested she sell them all, she naturally would not object. "It's a pity." Li Nua sighed. "If you had kept them yourself, with Elder Sister's means, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce would have become famous in less than 10 years. Manager Li is too kind, I don't have such ability." Hua Yumeng quickly waved her hand. elder sister doesn't need to be so modest. Although Five Paths Chamber of Commerce is not famous today, with this master's help. Halfway through her words, she suddenly noticed a bitter smile on Hua Yumeng's face and immediately understood that Yang Kai would not stay in Five Paths Chamber of Commerce for long, so she quickly stopped and smiled. Good, since elder sister wants to sell all these land deeds, younger sister will naturally accept. However, younger sister would like to ask, does elder sister want to sell these land deeds separately or as a whole? Hua Yumeng frowned and fell into contemplation. As a businesswoman, she naturally knew the difference between selling land deeds separately and not. If they were sold separately, it was guaranteed that they would be easy to sell. After all, although each land deed was worth a lot, there would always be many chambers of commerce or great forces that could afford it. However, this way, there would not be the advantage of selling them as a whole. However, if they were auctioned as a whole, the more than 30 land deeds would be too expensive. The value was too great and there weren't many forces that could buy it. But correspondingly, the value would increase a lot because of the land deed. Both methods had their own advantages and disadvantages, so it was difficult to say which was better. She cast her eyes to Yang Kai, wanting Yang Kai to give her an idea. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. I can fight, but I don't know anything about this kind of thing, so it's better to listen to Manager Li's opinion. Hua Yumeng's eyes lit up as she stared at Li Nuo. Li Nuo pursed her lips and smiled. Since Master is so generous, this young woman will act presumptuously. Elder sister. Younger sister's suggestion is to sell them as a whole. The starting price is 100 million Saint crystals. 100 million. Hua Yumeng's pretty face changed drastically as her voice trembled. She almost fainted from happiness, thinking of the 20 to 30 brothers of her Five Paths Chamber of Commerce who had worked hard for a year. The most he could earn was only 1 million Saint crystals, after deducting their respective cultivation expenses. There were also some chambers of commerce that were able to save up less than 200,000 for various expenses. To her, 100 million was simply inconceivable. Does elder sister think that this price is very high? Li Nuo smiled. Let's do some calculations. Although the Soaring Dragon Avenue isn't a prosperous area in Purple Star City's outer city, it's definitely not bad. In such a place, the price of the land deeds for a 15-meter shop is probably between 5 million and 8 million, which is already considered cheap. If it were in a more prosperous area, it would be impossible to obtain one without at least 20 million. On the Soaring Dragon Avenue, let's say that each shop is worth 6 million. If there are 30 shops, that would be 180 million. Moreover, these deeds are all linked together. It's extremely convenient for those big forces or big businesses to buy them as a whole. Therefore, the value will be increased by a few %. Inside the room, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Jiang coldly, sneering, "Your Excellency is quite awe-inspiring." Jiang frowned as he looked at Yang Kai, his divine sense fluctuating, seemingly wanting to spy on Yang Kai's cultivation, but in the next moment, he discovered that he was unable to see through his opponent's foundation. Just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, his face changed in horror, because at that moment, The other party's body seemed to have transformed into a vortex that pulled in his divine sense. Jiang turned pale with fright and desperately urged his divine sense to try to break free. However, the vortex that was pulling in his divine sense strangely disappeared. Jiang was unable to withdraw his divine sense in time, and his knowledge tumbled violently. With a muffled groan, he could not help but take a few steps back, his face turning slightly pale as if he had suffered some internal injuries. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sneer as he looked at him sarcastically. That sneer made Jiang feel a little ashamed. How could he not know that he had kicked an iron plate? Forcing himself to focus, he asked angrily, "What is the meaning of this, friend? What do you think?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Inside Purple Star Palace, although there weren't many barriers, each of them was extremely powerful and extremely well hidden. Yang Kai wanted to act stealthily this time, so naturally he didn't want to expose his position, so Zidong came in handy for this purpose. Before coming here, Yang Kai deliberately asked Zidong about the situation inside Purple Star Palace. Zidong naturally did not dare to conceal anything, but he also said that although he knew most of the barriers inside Purple Star Palace, his understanding was not comprehensive. These things were usually handled by special people. As the young master of Purple Star, how could he have the leisure to care about such things? However, this information was enough. As long as Yang Kai was not too unlucky, he should not make any mistakes. While observing the surrounding environment, Yang Kai avoided the barriers and quietly approached a palace in the center of Purple Star Palace. That place was the Purple Star Treasure House, and it was the most heavily guarded place in Purple Star Palace, but it was also the easiest place for Yang Kai to break through because Zidong knew the situation there like the back of his hand, and Yang Kai even had the key to open the treasure house. As such, as long as he could get close to that palace, he could accomplish his mission. Time passed slowly, and his progress was quite smooth. Yang Kai approached the palace little by little. Seeing that there was only a third of the way to his destination, Yang Kai, who was walking through the void, suddenly stopped. Just now, he felt as if he had touched some kind of barrier and an invisible wave of power spread out in all directions. Shit! Yang Kai's face went pale. He had never expected that the barriers in Purple Star City would be so well hidden that even his divine sense could not detect them. The next moment, Yang Kai felt two powerful divine senses sweep towards him. These two divine senses belonged to an Origin King Realm Master, so obviously someone had noticed the movement here. Even though Yang Kai was skilled and courageous, he could not help feeling his scalp go numb at this moment. Although he was proficient in the Tao of Space and was a second-order Origin King, this place was still his enemy's lair. There were countless masters here, and if he was really entangled here, whether he could escape or not was not certain. He didn't dare to be careless. He quickly flashed and was about to teleport away. But at that moment, the pressure of a territory domain pressed down from the sky. This territory domain was so powerful that it seemed to be able to seal off space itself. Yang Kai's figure could not help pausing and was unable to leave immediately. "Scoundrel, how dare you behave so atrociously in my Purple Star Palace?" An angry roar rang out from afar, shaking the entire Purple Star Palace cultivator. Chapter 1857. The young man in the room turned out to be Shen Tu. He was the son of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's president, AIO, and Shui Yu's second brother. When Yang Kai was trapped on the floating continent, Shen Tu was also there. Both of them were weak at the time, only Saint Realm, with Shen Tu's cultivation being slightly higher, only third-order Saint. The two of them cooperated on the floating continent and formed a friendship. Later, after escaping from the floating continent, Yang Kai followed Shen Tu to Water Moon Star, the home star of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Several dozen years had passed since then. Yang Kai never expected to meet this guy on Purple Star, so he was quite surprised. Shen Tu stared at Yang Kai, unable to believe his eyes until Yang Kai took the initiative to greet him, causing him to rub his eyes and call out, "Yang Kai." "Indeed, it is this Yang." Yang Kai chuckled. "Why you here?" Shen Tu frowned and asked in amazement. "It's a long story, Brother Shen Tu. Can you tell these people to calm down?" Yang Kai glanced at the other four cultivator who were glaring at him with malicious intent. Shen Tu gently nodded and shouted, "Everyone stop, Brother Yang is an old friend of mine." The four Origin returning realm masters looked at each other and withdrew their Saint Chi. Yang Kai saw that they were no longer moving and dispersed his territory field. In an instant, everyone in the room regained their freedom. "You've actually reached the Origin King realm?" Shen Tu was shocked by Yang Kai's sudden appearance just now and only now realized what Yang Kai's true cultivation was. His face could not help filling with shock. Back then his cultivation was slightly higher than Yang Kai's, but after so many years, he was only a first-order Origin returning realm cultivator while Yang Kai had already reached the Origin King realm. Comparing the two, Shen Tu was naturally shocked. One had to know that breaking through to the Origin King realm from the Origin returning realm was not a simple matter. Throughout the ages, how many geniuses had been stuck at this juncture, unable to advance for the rest of their lives? Every cultivator who could break through to the Origin King realm not only had outstanding talent, but luck and opportunity were also indispensable. "I was lucky," Yang Kai chuckled. Shen Tu slowly shook his head. As the son of Heng Luo Chamber's president, Shen Tu's eyesight and experience was extraordinary, so how could he believe Yang Kai's words? He knew that the other was just being modest. However, this was not a good time to discuss this matter. Shen Tu, of course. Staring at Yang Kai with a dignified expression, he whispered, "Brother Yang, you suddenly appeared here. I only have one question to ask. Are you and I friend or foe?" "Friend, not foe," Yang Kai said sincerely. Shen Tu smiled happily and couldn't help laughing. He stepped forward and gave Yang Kai a bear hug, patting his back vigorously as he said, "Brother Yang, it's been a few dozen years since we last met. This one misses you very much." Seeing him being so enthusiastic made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. Shen Tu said, "Back then, when you left Water Moon Star on that starship, I learned that something had happened to it. Almost all of the cultivators on board were wiped out, and since then, there has been no news of you, making this Shen Tu feel very guilty." "That's not your fault, it was just a coincidence." Yang Kai felt his sincerity and felt warmth in his heart. When he left Water Moon Star that year, he had casually boarded a starship, but Shui Yu just so happened to be on the same boat. It was precisely because of Shui Yu's existence that the starship was destroyed. When the starship had reached a meteor sea, it had been smashed to pieces by a powerful artifact that had been lying in ambush. This thing has no other function other than to block divine sense detection, but it is also limited. The divine sense of a cultivator below the Origin King realm cannot penetrate it, but it is not difficult for an Origin King realm master. Hua Yu Meng gently nodded as a look of longing appeared on her face. She was now a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, and if there was a chance, she could also try to break through to the Origin King realm, but this hurdle was simply too big. She had broken through so many years ago but had yet to even reach the grand accomplishment stage in her sure, let alone comprehend the mysteries of her territory. It was likely she had no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. On the stage, Li Nuo smiled slightly, stepped forward, and lifted the red cloth covering the tray, revealing the item inside. Sure enough, it was an origin-grade mid-rank artifact, and it was a delicate dagger that exuded a cold aura. Li Nuo picked up the dagger, formed a few seals with her hands, and poured her Saint Chi into it. In an instant, the dagger buzzed and a dense array of grain-sized runes suddenly appeared on its blade. The cold aura around the dagger became even more intense. Li Nuo held the dagger in her hand and immediately circulated her Saint Chi to protect herself, chuckling lightly as she explained, "This dividing yuan dagger is made from deep-sea cold iron with cold snake sand, heavenly fiend earth, and the tooth of the ninth-order monster beast, black-eyed tapir. It was carefully refined by an origin-grade high-rank artifact refiner. It is extremely cold and is specifically designed to break through one's Saint Chi defenses. Everyone watch carefully." Saying so, she stabbed the dagger towards her own arm. A cold aura visible to the naked eye condensed at the tip of the dagger and soon collided with Li Nuo's own Saint Chi. In the next moment, with a tearing sound, Li Nuo's Saint Chi protection was torn apart. Li Nuo's control of her strength was excellent, so although the dagger tore through her Saint Chi protection, it did not hurt her at all. Taking back the dagger, Li Nuo smiled and said, "Although this dividing yuan dagger is only origin-grade mid-rank, with it won't be a problem for one to resist a third-order origin returning realm master. There is no need for this mistress to elaborate on its value. Most importantly, it won't take too long to refine. The base price is 150,000 Saint crystals. Please." As soon as Li Nuo's voice fell, bids rang out in the hall. Everyone was obviously very interested in this artifact. Hua Yumeng also looked interested. This dagger was small and suitable for a woman to use, but Yang Kai's words just now were still ringing in her ears, so she did not want to give Yang Kai face. At that moment though, Yang Kai's voice sounded, "This dagger is flawed. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a failed product." A failed product? Hua Yumeng was startled when she heard this. "And you didn't notice, but when Li Nuo tested the power of this dagger just now, she used an ice attribute secret technique, so if you want to activate the power of this dagger, you must cultivate an ice attribute secret art or secret technique. I don't see any ice attribute secret technique in your body, so even if you win this item, it won't be of much use." "Is that so?" Hua Yumeng was shocked. Isn't Li Nuo deceiving others by doing this? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "Not really, it can only be said that she is lying. Moreover, if this dagger is really obtained by a cultivator who cultivates an ice attribute secret art, its power will be quite good." "This mistress understands." Hua Yumeng nodded. Inside the hall, the bidding continued and the base price of 150,000 Saint crystals was quickly raised to 280,000. The first auction item was so popular, which made Li Nuo smile very happily. The Origin King pill was indeed precious, but it only increased the success rate of a cultivator breaking through. It was not a guarantee that one would be able to break through after being convinced. All it brought was a glimmer of hope. A price of 100 million was almost the limit in the hearts of most cultivators. As such, after the initial impulse, many people began to calm down and no longer bid. For a long time, no new bids were made. Li Nuo, on the other hand, was not worried at all. Standing on the stage, she asked with a smile, "The old gentleman in room B8 has bid 100 million. Is there no higher bid?" "No, hurry up and start the countdown." The cultivator in room B8 shouted anxiously. He could not easily take out 100 million Saint crystals, but it was still worth exchanging for an Origin King pill, so he was afraid that someone else would compete with him, so he urged vigorously. 110 million. At that moment, A hearty laugh came from one of the private rooms and raised the price by 10 million. Which bastard dares to bid against this old master? Hateful. The cultivator in room B8 was so angry that his nose became crooked and he could not help but roar. However, when he realized that the voice was coming from room A2, his face changed drastically. He was only in room B8, but the other party was in room A2, so their status was obviously higher than his. At the same time, from room A2, a powerful divine sense swept out and blasted towards the cultivator who had just spoken. With a muffled groan, the cultivator in room B8 suddenly turned pale and blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Staring at room A2 in horror, he whispered, "Origin King Realm. Since you're here to participate in the auction, you should abide by the rules. Next time you act so impudently, I'll take your dog life." Another voice came from room A2. Yes, 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 Master has taught me a lesson. The cultivator in room B8 did not dare to complain and quickly nodded, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Although the room was isolated by a barrier and he could not see the other party's face, he knew that an Origin King Realm Master was not someone he could provoke. Quite awe-inspiring, daring to say you can take someone's life at will in Purple Star City. Do you not put the rules of Purple Star City in your eyes? Suddenly, another old voice sounded. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this voice, not knowing what had just happened. Looking towards the source of the voice, they found that the speaker was actually in room A1. This was the most honorable room in the entire auction house. Previously, everyone was guessing who was sitting inside. At this moment, when the other party spoke, someone immediately exclaimed, "Great Elder, it's the Great Elder sitting inside." Heavens, it really is Great Elder. 2 years ago, I saw Great Elder from afar and heard him reprimand someone. It was definitely Great Elder's voice. Why is the Great Elder here? For a time, everyone was discussing. However, if the person sitting in room A1 was Great Elder's husband, Sun Liang, then there was no doubt. After all, in the entire Purple Star, only Great Elder had the greatest power. The only thing they couldn't figure out was who was sitting in room A2. The Great Elder didn't seem to like them very much. This Origin King pill is for this old master, 200 million. Gong Sun Liang said unhurriedly. The cultivator in the hall was once again in an uproar, not only because Gong Sun Liang had actually participated in this auction, but also because the price increase was so terrifying, directly rising from 110 million to 200 million. Everyone couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Worthy of Purple Star's Great Elder, the wealth he possessed was likely more than an ordinary cultivator could spend in a few hundred lifetimes.